Down.
Is this the last
Sleep.
countdown?
That was the final countdown.
This is the final
Yeah,
I
countdown?
told him
Final
it was,
countdown.
I told him it was
final
the countdown to the countdown. So
Well, I can't stop the
maybe okay.
countdown. That's the only problem.
It's the final countdown.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we'll,
no,
just
you
we'll just have to talk over the countdown then.
Oh, you
Sorry,
bugger.
sorry, Peanuts. The countdown's gone, but I can't do anything about it. I mean, I could, but it'd be a waste of a countdown. Like, that'd be wasting numbers.
Oh, we can't do that. Flerfs do that enough.
Right.
Yeah. And
we
Riley,
know you guys come here for the countdowns.
Well, Riley wouldn't have
No,
a clue what's going on with these numbers because he doesn't know what they mean.
Oh, because they could be unicorn farts, you know, Terry.
Oh dear.
It's the pressure gradient of a rocket as it goes into space.
But it is the last final countdown. Yeah, okay, Dave. I'll let you off with that one. I've got some videos. I don't think we need to worry about. What, Jay? Your burned numbers, not wasted them. I've got no idea what that means. Is that some sort of American lingo?
You've burned numbers, not wasted them. Burned them.
No name. Can you interpret, Jay?
Well, there's different regions of the country, Terry, so I don't want to assume too much. But
no help.
In Southern American, if you burn something, it also means wasted. So yeah.
What about thing. Sean then? Sean might be able to interpret Jay's. Where are you, Sean? You live near
yeah, they're
Jay?
Closer.
You should start the countdown for 4 minutes. Actually, I want to change the countdown to have it a 4-minute countdown.
You know, Terry, we could just do a 10-minute countdown. That way you'd only need one.
Why would I need
no,
10 minutes?
No, that would still get used at least twice, let's be honest.
No, it has to be 4 minutes. It'll be 4 minutes.
It's not divisible by 10, though.
DKG says he's got some propaganda worth looking at.
Oh. Okay, here's flat Earth propaganda worth looking at.
Okay, hang on, I'll grab that link for you.
If anyone's out in the peanut gallery that want to join, if they can, if they want, I'll open that
and
up.
If you want, oh jeez, if you want links, stop moving everything, everyone.
I know.
Stop talking.
I know. If they shut up for 5 seconds, we can grab the link.
Oh, Terry, Dave has solved the mystery.
Has he?
Oh,
yeah, burn numbers is some kind of weed lingo.
Burn a number. Oh yeah, I know what a number is, like a joint number. But to burn a number, yeah, okay, now I get it. In that context, yeah. My journey to truth, flat Earth truth.
All right.
Don't know if I
so
can
I've got
play
the link,
this.
Terry. I'll just drop it on the internal chat for you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just looking at this
license plate says 28F.
This
Who's Billy Shears?
DKG
Why so many subliminal messages?
thing that he
I was
dropped.
obsessed.
Yeah, that's what I've just put on the internal chat for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm just looking at it now.
I guess you can say I've always been pretty
I've got no idea what's going on here.
Just a few years ago, a good friend began babbling about how the Earth was flat.
Earth truth. My journey to truth, flat Earth truth.
Obviously, he was crazy, right? I honestly felt so bad he was made such a mockery of, so I entertained his ideas. Shit, my bad. He'd write me notes and draw me diagrams. I began listening to a suggested podcast, and I even downloaded this Flat Earth Zodiac clock app to get a better idea and visuals of this new theory I'm hearing.
But we all know it's a flat, right? Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows.
Yeah, I'm just worried about
read this book about
copyright
flat
strike
Earth
stuff.
clues written by some flat Earth god or something. I just thought
If somebody puts out a video on their channel, why don't they get copyright strike in comparison to me replaying it?
Totally won me over.
Because they may have paid for the copyright to use the audio and stuff like that, Terry. Or they may have
and the
paid for the
images,
copyright to use images. Yeah.
and the images, yeah.
Are you paying attention to YouTube at all, Terry? You're
Why,
playing
what happened?
something bizarre. I don't know what you're playing, but there's noise out there.
Yeah, they can hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
There's
we're
another
half-live.
scream, it sounds like.
No, that was this.
To not feel like a black sheep.
For the most part, don't have a clue. I don't want one or
That was the
Wait.
video. That was the video I was just looking at.
Terry was previewing the video that
Oh, yeah, but
was
we
dropped
could
out there. Hear it.
actually hear it out in YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. But I was only just briefly listening to it, so. But while we were talking over it, so that way we wouldn't get a copyright strike, see? Because no one knew what was going on, because they couldn't see what was going on.
I'm sorry,
well,
Dave. My fault.
Yeah, I know, Dave. It's always this fair use crap that always stuffs things up. You don't know what. Yeah, the fair use is like you can only do it for 3 seconds and they'll leave and grab you. Just depends how quick the algorithm
I think now they've changed. So if there's a song or something like that, for example, if you're recording out on the street and a car drives past with a song playing, I think they've extended that out to 5 seconds now. And you won't get hit.
Yeah, like dash cam stuff where you have something on the radio for a second.
Yeah,
like that.
exactly,
Yeah.
Terry.
Yeah,
Or if a car drives past with a really loud sound system, I think they give you 5 seconds worth of grace period there.
Yeah. Fair enough. Who's Charlie over in the Discord sitting there muted? Did they pay board and lodgings?
Charlie, yeah.
Hi, I can talk.
Charlie's
Do I
Are
sound
you gonna lurk over there with Mippet, are you, in Discord while we're live?
Oh, well, I could join you live. Where do I sign up?
Well, I can give you a special key.
Oh, how nice.
And I'll tell him on Discord. I'll tell him on Facebook.
Now, I just gave you a key called to the special place down the list in Discord. It's called the Oz Squad. And do you know how to set up Zoom and all that? Or are you PC savvy and software savvy to do all that?
A Zoom account here somewhere. I have to figure out how to turn it on.
Oh, you're not a Zoom virgin then?
Well, I have a Zoom application on my Mac here.
Oh, yeah, Mac. Yeah, I don't know about Mac.
I have Zoom.
I don't know if Zoom likes Mac.
I'll just look in the search. I have to use it every now and then. It's like
okay. There's not a lot of people that use Zoom. That's the thing.
Oh no, it's one of the preferred communication apps where I work here.
Oh, cool.
Oh, let's see. Send me a link here somewhere.
Yeah, you go down in Discord, scroll down into different channels, and you go down to the Dingo Do It, and in Oz Squad, you'll see the last link that I posted for Zoom.
Guess I'm not looking in the right place. I'm in Discord right now.
Yeah, and in the sidebar where you got your voice channel, you scroll down and you got Hoons and Dags.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
And then you got the Dingo Do It, and then in Oz Squad channel, the link's in there. Only a select few have got the key to that place.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, Carl's lurking supporting. Are you doing lurking? No, how can you lurk supporting YouTube, Carl? You have to be in Discord to do that.
Isaac's just dropped a video.
Did he? Already?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's 4 o'clock.
Yeah, okay, I'll grab that. TikTok is... Oh, not TikTok again. Oh, I had TikTok the other week.
Hey Terry, I got a phone call from my
okay.
My
you're
return
in.
to work.
Just mute in Discord. Mute and deafen.
Let's see.
I got a phone call from my return to work care team with work cover, and I'm meant to have a meeting with them tomorrow.
Right.
So guess how I'm doing the meeting now?
Yes.
Conference call.
Using
Yep.
Oh, that seems to work. Okay.
Yeah, you're in Zoom.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you got no sound.
No, I should now. No?
No, you didn't join with computer audio when it came up when you joined.
How about now?
Now you got it. That's it.
Okay.
Now
Well, I just have to keep pushing buttons long enough.
Now muting Discord and deafen.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. All done.
I do enough sound stuff. I know I should do that. Okay.
And you get the gold star too without even having to go off at you for the Zoom for the avatar thing.
Oh, that I have an avatar?
Oh yeah, of course you do.
You guys are fussy about avatars. I was told about that. You judge people based on their avatars.
Well, if you haven't got one, you'll be harshly judged.
Just if you can get it up or not.
Yep,
Terry's very anal about these things.
Who likes to come on the stream naked?
Please, I'm just leaving these alone.
Yeah. Okay. I'll leave that.
Nobody needs to see that.
No one. Just pretend you just didn't hear that out there, Peanuts.
Sorry, I should mute myself.
Yeah, come on, Terry. The humour's getting a bit below the belt.
Oh dear.
Please.
Oh,
But
did
it's
I?
about the end.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was. I'll leave that. I'll leave that too. I forgot to mute that again. How did that work? What's that going here? Oh, that's that. What else have we got here? I want to have a look at them in a minute. Who else has dropped a link stream lately? Okay, that's Isaac out of the road.
One of the ones you might want to watch, Terry, is Red's dropped a link to the video today, showing the 3 videos next to each other, e.g., his own, Astronomy Lives, and yeah, that's the one. That's the one. And SpaceX.
Is it anything like this one?
Just like that one, but it's on my screen, not on your screen.
Well, actually, I shouldn't have showed it so quick. I could have let you finish your whole sentence.
Well, you could have pretended,
and then pretend. Yeah, just kept pretending. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
Pretended that you weren't organised. People are going to get the wrong idea if you start doing stuff like that.
Shit, I shouldn't have done that. I blew me cover. Can we start again? Wait a minute. Look, we can start. We can start again. Look. We'll start again. Pretend you just didn't see that. No, it's not going to work.
You get it. You got to glimpse beyond the curtain. Now you must all die.
I don't think we can fill.
Right,
we're not going to fill the peanuts this time, are we?
No.
I think they're too clever for us.
You're a benevolent tyrant.
Oh dear. I heard someone open a beer. Okay, who opened a beer?
That may have been me.
It was a can of Coke, Kerry.
We just made a coffee and you just opened a beer.
It was a can of Coke.
Was it a can of Coke, was it?
Yes, it was.
Is it the real sugar Coke or the high fructose corn
It's
syrup?
the real Coke. There is no other Coke.
Ooh, nice.
Whoever drinks that saccharine shit tab, Diet Coke, whatever you call it, crap. They should be taken outside, drawn, quartered, shot, hung up.
Yeah.
I always find it funny. Terry, that they'll turn around and say that, all this sugar's so bad for you, which it is to a point, in limitation, everything in limitations. But then they're pumping themselves full of this chemical that they really don't know what the long-term effects are.
How many people you see go to McDonald's and places like that? They'll order a big meal or a restaurant, and they say, "Oh, could I have a Diet Coke or something to go with that?"
And an upsized cholesterol burger
Yeah.
and upsized chips with extra shortening.
Yeah.
But I'll have a Diet Coke, thanks.
Yeah. Don't forget
Whoa. Your
tab,
chip
same
shops
difference,
use shortening?
Yeah, our McDonald's use
Nice.
shortening.
Nice.
So yeah, they don't use all that horrible oil crap. That's not good. We use real shortening in our vats.
Pig fat. There you go.
Oh, that's
lard.
Lard.
Hey, you lard ass.
So at least when it cools down, you can always spread it on your toast as well.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Okay, I finished my smoke. I'm heading out. I'll catch you later. Got to play my game for a bit. Okay, Jay. Do I need to press play or do I need to wait till somebody says?
Yeah, you better press play, Terry. I'm going to be logged in 2 places for a bit. I'm going out on the road, so.
Yeah, I've got to duck out soon too. I've got to pick the missus up. How long before you got to go, you reckon?
I was going to do it now, and that way I'll be out of the way. So if you give me 20 minutes, but I'll log in on my phone.
Yeah.
And that way I can still be in here.
I don't think I've got to go anywhere until at least any time between 4:30 and 5-ish.
Alright, so I should be back by then.
Okie dokie.
In your research, did you even actually look at SpaceX's own animation of this launch sequence?
I did.
Because it explains it, it shows it.
Can I finish? This video is 20 seconds off from the original SpaceX. That's another thing I was going to bring up.
Hey, JM, did you say there's 20-second discrepancy?
Yeah.
Oh, there's also 9 miles discrepancy, so 20 seconds.
So, JM, is their video 20 seconds longer or 20 seconds shorter than the SpaceX video?
It's 20 seconds longer.
Interesting. So, Reds, why is your video longer than the SpaceX video?
Because we've got no proof of that.
Because here's the thing. A little birdie told me that you were going to say that. Would we like to watch it together in real time and compare the SpaceX one with mine? Would that be hot and sexy?
Can we see it together, please? Can we see it together, please?
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5.
What was the question you asked, Scott?
2, 1. 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
Birds go. See, there was 3 rockets. It wasn't just one.
And we're beginning deep throttle.
There are 3 different versions of CGI that everyone did, Terry.
Ah, okay. I thought there might have been 3 separate launches at the same time.
Center core at deep throttle.
Plus 33 seconds into flight. Under the power of 5.1 million pounds of thrust, Falcon Heavy is headed to space. We're throttling down at T plus 40 seconds to prepare for maximum dynamic pressure.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
We're hearing reports. Power and telemetry are nominal.
Why is the one on the right sideways? Looks like it's going down.
Vehicle is supersonic.
You may have heard the call out on Net 1. Vehicle is supersonic. Side boosters are throttling back up on power as we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. Trajectory looking good. You can hear the applause behind me as we've gotten past maximum dynamic pressure. Next event coming up is chill-in of the MVAC-D engine. Get the turbo pump ready to ignite the main engine on the second stage in another couple of minutes.
Can't get over that effect when it goes through near the Kármán line when the oxygen is
We've
less.
begun dropping power on the side boosters
Yeah.
to decrease loads on the center core.
So cool that. I got an image of the sonic boom on the nose cone in one of me. I put away.
Continuing to decrease
took a
loads
screenshot of
to
one of them.
minimize acceleration on the Falcon Heavy structure. Coming up on booster engine cutoff, called BECO, and separation of the two side boosters.
Back engine chill.
Yeah, Pippet said I shouldn't check online when I go to the loo.
Who is this Pippet person of which you speak?
Pie Parrot. Pip. I'll get into trouble off her again.
She's my other half.
If you can hear me over the cheering. Side boosters now beginning a flip to begin returning back to Cape Canaveral. Side boosters have begun the boost back burn. The center core has throttled back
After
up
Effects,
to
that's
power.
right, Sam. Yeah, the After Effects.
Everything looking good on the flight of Falcon Heavy. The next
in,
major event. Main engine
editing
cutoff of
program
the
for the
center
CGI.
core and separation ignition of the second stage. Bottom middle view shows the view looking up into the nozzle of the second stage engine.
Oh, Pip said later. She's
Main engine cutoff, center
But
core
I'm not
shut
waiting
down.
for it.
Again, over the cheering, MVAC-D engine up on power. It looks good. Side boosters looking good, still burning on their way back to Cape Canaveral. Grid fins are out
haven't you
on the
watched
center
that
core.
yet? That
Here
JM
comes the
Truth
fairing
one.
separation, and there it goes. We also have successful shutdown
Oh, we can play you
of
that
the
bit to
side
do with
booster
the
boost back burn. So T plus 4 minutes, 25
we can
seconds
do a
into
cut
flight.
scene
Side
out of it if
boosters
you want
on
to
their way
watch a
back
bit
to
of
Cape
it
Canaveral.
as a
Center
teaser.
core coasting
Stage
out over
2
the
trajectory
Atlantic.
nominal.
Stage 2 looking good with a nominal trajectory.
And as you guys have noticed, the grid fins have deployed on the side boosters as well as the center core. Those work to help guide the boosters back to a nice targeted soft landing. Let's see those heading home right now. As a reminder, today we'll be attempting to recover all 3 of the first stage cores, and all 3 boosters are currently on their way heading home. In just a few minutes, the side boosters will execute an entry burn, followed by a landing burn, and the center core will do much the same a few minutes later. Both burns are meant to slow the stage's speed down rapidly before landing.
At the time of separation, the side boosters were traveling slow enough to turn around and make their way back to land at our side-by-side landing pads. The center core, on the other hand, is going too fast to efficiently return to the Cape, so we're using our autonomous drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. If we have a successful landing today, the side boosters will be reflown on our next Falcon Heavy mission, STP-2. Now, coming up at about T plus 6 minutes will be the side boosters re-entry burn.
Acquisition of signal Bermuda.
So you'll see the side boosters on your left and right screen.
Side booster entry burn has started.
And there's the re-entry burn beginning.
Stage 2 trajectory nominal.
And the reentry burn is complete for the side boosters. Now coming up in about 30 seconds, the center core, which you see on your center screen, will begin its reentry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn has started. Side boosters are transonic.
And there you can see the reentry burn for center core has begun. Coming up in about 5 seconds here, the side boosters landing burn will begin as well.
Side booster landing burn has started.
Sight to see.
That never gets old.
Well, that should pretty well take care of it.
Sorry about that. I've got a phone call.
I don't think there's much more James Truth can say about that.
Yeah, that's true. I have to duck out for a minute. I think hard what to do.
Leave Mippet in charge.
No, she'd have to be in here to do that.
Oh.
I can make somebody the host in case anyone comes in, as long as we know who they are. Any volunteers to be a host?
Give it to Blue. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, I nominate Blue.
Okay.
Seconded.
Okay.
Make
what do I do?
He seems trustworthy.
What do I do?
You do as you're told, Blue.
Well, I always do that.
Whenever someone tries to come in, it will just come up on the list of names, and all you have to do is click on them and let them in.
Yeah, as long as you know who they
That
are.
sounds easy enough.
Just don't let anyone in.
Okay.
Not everyone's got the key, Blue. Oh, you can't share a video on your end, but you can share images. That's you should be able to do that.
Oh, we can share video, just not audio.
Yeah, you just can't. Yeah, you can't share audio.
So if somebody wants to come in, I'll see them. Is that right?
Where down the bottom, where you hover over that bottom bar, you got your invite participants, your volume, your video thing, and you'll see participants. You can either pop that out, or it'll come up on the screen separate if someone comes knocking.
Oh yeah, I got an icon down there now that says manage participants.
All right.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I got it popped out. Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Gladys is there to help you though, in case you get stuck.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I am very good at doing what I'm told. I've been married for 39 years.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I learned a long time ago just to leave my backbone and my testicles on the kitchen table.
As you do.
I'm in the house. Yeah. So.
The magical words, Blue. Yes, dear.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you've got free reign for a little while till I get back then, within reason.
Oh, we got a naked man in the chat.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, Mr. Victory. I've heard of that person before.
Oh, yeah, Vic's good people.
Yeah, we can't have naked people out there. There you go. I'll try to be
Well,
back.
except for Mippet.
Oh.
She likes to run around. She likes to run around naked.
Well, I'm not going to touch that.
Stop giving out my secrets.
Okay,
You gave out the secret.
I'll be back in a little while, Peanuts. The panel, you let me know if the panel behaves themselves or not.
We will take great care to behave ourselves.
I solemnly swear to disobey everything that Mippet tells me to do.
Well, I just promised not to get caught.
Yeah, that's the even better idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Davros, why are you lurking? Get in here.
What's Davros doing?
He's
Oh,
lurking.
cool. I can block Davros.
Oh, yeah, we can time people out.
Ooh, I like the power.
It'll get to your head.
Come on, Davros, jump in here.
You know, Blue, you've got the power to kick people back to the waiting room as well.
Really? I didn't know that. Huh. Oh, I can.
Oh, Blue.
Huh? What?
Oh, yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff, man. It's
I got buttons.
godlike that power.
I got buttons. I got a lot of buttons.
But your name was brought up as a possible alternate should Craig decide not to do the debate versus Dean and Professor Phil. What would you think about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? You and team versus Phil and Dean?
I believe we could handle that.
You can handle that?
It'd be almost like the Clash of the Titans, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be almost too much fun.
Although technically, oh man, like a dynamic with you and Dr. Bob. You and Dr. Bob teamed up against really anybody, probably be impossible to win. But my money's still on Phil and Dean. Just saying.
Oh, I'm telling you, they'll be a tough team.
I think they'll be able to get under people's skin, really trigger them.
I don't know how Phil could get under my skin. I really don't. Dean, on the other hand,
as a flat earther, he agrees with you, and then says, "But no, we accept this, this, and this, but not this."
And he's a flat topper, not a flat earther, so that's completely different.
Yeah, I got the ultimate counterattack for Dean. I've already told him what it is, though, so he'll be ready.
Yeah, you got to save it for the big day.
Yeah. Well, that would be interesting for sure. I think I've gotten under Mr. Oakley's skin too.
God, if I could get Oakley to debate you and Dr. Bob live, let Oakley pick like whoever he wants, QE or whoever. Oh, that'd be a dumpster fire for the ages right there.
Oh, there is no way Oakley. I've been challenging him for months. There's no way that clown's coming out of his echo chamber.
Yeah, he don't want to give up that mute button power.
No. He knows how hard he'd lose.
If you did it, though, could you imagine you'd have 5,000 people watching you?
Oh, it'd draw a crowd. I know that.
Oh, I think so.
Probably charge like a pay-per-view rate for it.
Then that would make you as bad as him.
I did my, I did the last video I did, the real video I did, other than slapping Sleeping Warrior around. Well, it was the one I did on Perspective, which has gotten quite a few views. It's, I don't know, 8,000 now or something, which is pretty good for me. But it's got, it has Oakley and crowd so upset now they've gone and tried to undo the damage. And in the process, all they did was just give me a hell of a lot of material for the next video.
They're the gift that keep on giving.
I'm telling
They're
you, they
just
just
so
don't know
helpful,
when
aren't they?
they don't know when to shut up. I'll be working on that one tomorrow. It's a long video, and I'm not going to leave. I may have to break this response up into 2 sections because they rambled on for 45 damn minutes.
Wow.
First, they did it in Oakley's live stream this morning. And Oakley realized after the fact, I'm sure, that he had put his foot in his mouth a few times. So he turned around and published a replay of it, leaving out the sections that he didn't want addressed, I suppose, hoping nobody would notice. That ain't working out too well for him. I can't believe he did it again. He's used his brick analogy, right? If you put a brick on the ground, you get far enough away from the brick becomes too small to see. Okay. No, it doesn't.
Right.
It just becomes too small to resolve. But okay, if you put a whole stack of bricks up there, well, you know, the bottom brick still becomes too small. That's why things disappear from the bottom up. He forgot all about this argument, apparently, that the top brick's the same size as the bottom brick, and all the bricks in the middle are the same size. So you go back far enough away from it, sure. You can't resolve any individual brick, but you can still say the damn brick wall.
Geniuses.
Absolute geniuses.
Damn geniuses.
I believe he's going to regret
pity
that.
you that you have to listen to the crap to get your videos out of it. Do you have sanity pills that you take?
I've learned how to laugh at him. You can tell when he's starting to get frustrated and doesn't really have an answer. That's when he goes off all crazy. Gets all twisted up, starts with the ad homs, changes the subject, and just rambles all over the place.
Yeah, most of them, you know, even though you say, all I want is a yes or no answer, ask the question, and they still won't answer. It's, yeah.
I like to fight them with fire when they start answering my questions with questions. I just do it back. I used to watch Whose Line Is It Anyway, so I can do it all day long.
Good show.
Like a superpower. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. That part's fun. Well, every time Oakley will usually when he responds to a comment I make, somehow or the other he'll put in there a pipe is not a container, or a pipe is a container. That's what he says. Pipe is
Yeah.
So he always
show
says
me
that
gas pressure without a container, Brenda.
Go outside.
Put the container.
And the response that I came up with months and months ago was, tell you what, show me Boyle's law in an open pipe.
Right.
And that has stopped him cold because of, obviously you can't. This is the entire issue with that whole argument. If that pipe's not sealed, it's not a container for gas. I'm sorry. It's just the way it works. So I think I'm going to start this video out with that, just to say again, I've asked you over and over again, Nathan, show me Boyle's law in this open pipe and just show a picture of my butane experiment just to aggravate him. I know he hates that.
He's always at his best when he's annoyed, isn't he?
Yep.
Well, at his best for us. Because he just, when he loses it, he really just loses it. Has absolutely no idea what he's... Yeah, and
I'm waiting
this
on him
fallacy,
to
that
launch
fallacy,
like full on
how...
Pavarotti or something. You know, he gets
it's
really
just
wound
confusion.
It's all an act.
Yeah,
I wonder how much he clears off those gullible flerfs.
Well, it's enough for him to live off, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. He might be dealing smack on the side. I have no idea what he does.
Apparently wasn't enough to buy a new iPad. He had to go do a GoFundMe for that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he hasn't got income coming in. That just is him e-begging and being an asshole.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, if I didn't have a conscience, man. So many gullible people in this world.
That is a fact. So, Charlie, how you doing?
Oh,
I'm doing pretty good. I'm working on work.
Oh, really? That's terrible.
I know. Well, we're about to shut down here. Well, they're about to send everybody home. We're still supposed to get things done, but it's not like the people in the machine shop are going to get anything done without a machine tool to work with. So,
yeah, that's rather difficult.
Yeah. I mean, the astronomers can still analyze data, and well, they could work with the telescopes, but it sounds like they're shutting down the observatory in Chile too.
How long are they going to, what are they thinking? A few weeks or?
Well, they say a few weeks, but I think it entirely depends on what happens. I don't know what the end game to any of this is. Well, I can make some guesses, but nobody's saying what the end game is. I don't know what's happening out in your end of the world.
Well, they announced our schools are closed and through the 3rd of April, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't know, all sporting events and gatherings pretty much canceled in the foreseeable future.
It's the same here in Australia, Blue, where any gathering, the government's strongly advised no gatherings over 500 people. Sporting events have been closed off to the public, if they're being run at all. School excursions have been put on hold. And yeah, the next step, they just started to talk about limiting, having a extended 2-week holiday for the kids from school. So
well, we're encouraging us to stay away from groups of 50 people or more, but now I think it's down to 10. Actually,
I think it was, they wanted somewhere to start, and if they started at 500, they can always decrease it rather than having a panic or anything like that.
But it has been quite interesting watching what runs out in the grocery store.
That is true.
It changes quite a bit from one day to the next.
I'm almost back home, but I've just been to the shops to buy dinner for myself and the girls, and yet it's almost like hunter gathering inside the supermarket now. You know, you go down an aisle that would normally hold something that you know that's there, and quite often the aisle's empty. You know, it's somewhat very the meat lockers, all the fresh meat fridges, they're all empty. There's no rice, no pasta, no toilet paper, obviously. I've just taken a picture of the cleaning aisle, so all of the sanitary, you know, like the antibacterial and yeah, all of that. And the bloody thing looks like old Mother Hubbard's cupboard. It's just bare. There's nothing there. I asked the woman at the counter when are you expecting your next shipment? She goes, "Oh, we might get one this afternoon, but don't bank on it." It's
damn.
It's not that we haven't got the products in Australia, and I think that's the important thing here. It's not that the products aren't here. It's that the logistics support isn't keeping up with people buying.
Well, the distribution chains are set up for, you know, normal rates of consumption, and I'm sure the same thing is true here in the U.S. We've got the products; they're sitting in warehouses.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden you gotta figure out how to get a lot more of what you normally would ship out to the point of sale.
I think you're right for the first few days, Blue, but you know, if you have a city the size of Los Angeles and all of a sudden everybody wants all the toilet paper in the world, eventually you're going to use up what's in all the warehouses too.
Eventually, yeah.
And they have to restock the warehouses, and if it's all like just in time manufacturing and delivery, you know, then it has to come from a factory somewhere, and hopefully that factory isn't in China, but it probably is.
I don't know how much paper product we would import.
Yeah,
really.
I don't know either. I just use that as an example.
Yeah. I would think that just the shipping cost alone, because ocean freight weight doesn't make a damn one way or the other. When you start paying for ocean freight, you pay for volume.
Yep. Well, they can send it doesn't cost anything to send stuff to Asia because the ships are going back largely empty, I think. From the US. But I don't know. It's so cheap to ship stuff. It just continually astounds me.
Never underestimate the power of human stupidity.
No,
you'll rarely be surprised or disappointed.
You're completely right.
That's the aisle for all the disinfectants and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like there's a few on the right hand side at the start there. I think they were like your fly sprays and all of that type of stuff, and the rest of the shelves are just empty. It's disgusting. Like,
well, it looks like an episode of The Walking Dead.
Well, I said my ex-wife called me up today to make sure that we were doing okay and not having major issues, and she said exactly the same thing. But she said it's like exactly every zombie apocalypse movie, but the opposite. You know, all the food's gone out of the supermarkets before everyone's turned into a zombie. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yep. But I'm kind of, I don't know. What are your guesses about when people are going to give up buying everything in sight?
Well, funny
It's gotta
enough.
happen, right?
Well, let me see if I can find this other photo that I took. Um,
I'm going to predict when they run out of money.
That could be.
So that was yesterday. They started putting these ones up, saying change your mind refund. That basically everything that everyone's buying right now, the store's not going to accept as exchange or refund. So I'm guessing with a sign like that up, the shops are starting to second guess where the trend's going to go. Everyone's going to start bringing their toilet roll back and saying, "Oh, I didn't need that much after all. Now I'm out of money and I can't put petrol in my car."
Yep.
You know, it's it's somewhat ridiculous. Like I don't know. It's I myself, I'd be guessing if you gave it another week, maybe two, and people are going to start realizing that, well, yeah, it's really bad for people that are susceptible to it. But in essence, it's just another case of the bird flu or SARS or any other one of those N1 viruses. They're I personally believe a lot of it's like panic mongering from the mainstream media. You know, people are just panicking.
Terry's not here, so everyone's typing pause.
I'll let him.
Yeah. It's a good time for it. Get it out of your system.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Get it out of your system before he gets back.
Type lots of force.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Fours. Okay.
Now, while Terry's not here, and everyone's typing 4 out in the chat. Paste. That might be a good one for everyone to copy and paste and use later. Just saying. It might be Russian for 4.
Yeah. Get going on that. I think the next man will be 5. He's halfway there already. 4:53.
It should only take him about 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back. So you won't be too far, I don't think. But mind you, he's done this to us before and he's gone for 45 minutes, 3/4 of an hour.
Uh-huh. All right, you guys, how about some thumbs ups out there? Come on.
We can do that. There.
Perfect.
You're not quite as demanding as Jose.
No.
There's 31
maybe I
watching.
should say not as needy as Jose. I don't feel that way about it, really.
Yeah, Jose stays on top of it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Actually, I wonder if he's making much money from this channel.
Hello, Pip.
Hello, just popped in because DKG Customs is trying to chat, but nobody can hear him apparently.
He's in here in Discord with me.
Oh, is he? I haven't heard him once.
Oh, try again,
Hello?
Duncan. Yep, can hear you now.
Hello. I don't know why. It's just people in the chat said I should just jump in. I thought I might as well.
Do you want the link to come into Discord into Zoom?
No, where am I?
That's kind of an existential question there, I think, really.
Yeah.
Okay, scroll down from Have a Go You Mug to the Dingo Did It.
Mate, might not have the link.
Oh, to
Might
get
not have
into special
Yeah.
key.
Yeah, you gotta go to the special place.
Oh, forget it. Forget it. No.
We're up too early this morning anyway, Duncan.
Too late.
It's all right. Just give me a moment, Duncan, and I'll.
Can I just copy and paste the link from Mod Squad?
I'm halfway through doing it now.
Oh, okay.
I've just sent you a DM. Just click on that, and that should get you in.
I like where you were going with that, Peter. Can we just start calling them DIRs? I like that better. Yeah, I sent you a DIR, short for direct message instead of
direct message. Yeah.
Yeah, DIR. See if we can get that viral. All right.
It probably won't happen. I don't think I made.
Do.
The last thing I made viral, I got in trouble for. All of those girls complained about it.
You're so silly.
Now, if he's clicked on that link, he will probably pop up soon, Blue.
Well, I just see him on the list up here.
You should. You just need to let him in as he comes up on the list.
Oh, okay.
It should ding dong, shouldn't it?
Most times, not always.
I'm looking. I'm watching. I'm on it.
I'm working.
Like a hawk.
I'm on it. I got it. I'm still on it.
Oh, did anybody warn him to mute or deafen himself?
I was just going to say.
That's all right. I'm on that side.
Okay.
I'll just do the server mute and deafen on him.
I'm working on it.
Yes. All right. Well, while we wait for him to work out that one.
You should get Pip to come in and tell us a story.
Well, Pip's in Discord there with you.
Please.
Hubby's sleeping. I can't really speak.
Shh.
That's no good.
Oh, look at all those.
It's too bloody early.
I parrot ASMR right there.
Carl, what brand of writing is that one?
These guys keep typing in Klingon.
It looks like left-handed braille or something.
I like that. What is that?
You have no idea.
Oh,
Can you guys still hear
Sanskrit.
me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I can't use Zoom because I need to open my firewall. I can't do that.
Oh, that's fair enough. Or you can just talk through. You're actually coming through Terry's OBS into Zoom anyway.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
you can just. Yeah, no, you're not missing anything at all.
Mm-mm.
Well, neither, more to the point, neither are you.
Well,
I got nothing.
I must say, yeah, congratulations on the other day, though.
That was epic.
But James,
That was epic.
It was a lot of fun, but I just wish we could have get a little bit more involved on that one. I mean, for fuck's sake. The problem is with all these guys. It's really simple because it's like the flat Earth is demolished if you can see the Earth from space, and so it's all CGI. It's all denial without any evidence whatsoever. And I don't want to let them go with that. Because if you can see the Earth from space, it doesn't matter what kind of idiotic scientific things you can get completely arse over tit and wrong. If you can see the fucking Earth from space, the Earth's a globe. End of story. It doesn't matter. Doesn't the Black Swan? Irrelevant. Ether band? Irrelevant. All of it is completely irrelevant if you can see the Earth from space. And the only reason why they keep claiming that is because of CGI, fake cartoons, whatever. There's no fucking evidence whatsoever, and they need to be pushed on that because it just ends the whole fucking story.
The funniest thing about that whole, well, that whole episode that occurred, was when Reds brought you in, and after saying, "Well, here's the man that did it," and it's like poor JM's eyeballs opened up like dinner plates on his face, like a deer about to get hit by a semi-truck. It was just, he did not know what to do.
Glorious. It's glorious.
I must admit, my favourite bit was just a few seconds before that, when James going on saying, "Well, I'm the only authority here. I'm the only one that knows what I'm talking about. I'm the visual expert." And then Red just goes, "Just hang on a minute." Just speak to somebody else.
just beer. Hold my beer.
They just lost it. That was hilarious. That was my favorite. That was my favourite moment. Absolutely brilliant.
I must say, I did like the way that Reds was, shall we say, constantly stirring the bear with Nathan Thompson with the every time he brought up the word class or anything like that, and Reds turns around and goes, "Oh, you mean like elementary class?"
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, Nathan just needs to be treated in that kind of way anyway.
Without being
a complete waste of space.
He needs to be bent over his father's knee and given a good paddling. Like, I'm sorry, but obviously he didn't have enough when he was younger.
Yeah,
Nathan's he's going to get in the wrong guy's face one day.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, because I said that. I said that time ago, and I'm really surprised. Someone hasn't just like taken a fucking fist to his face, or just
make
take
him
him into the desert.
Make him a toilet paper delivery person. He'd soon get beaten up.
I'll guarantee you that he doesn't go anywhere near those schools during pickup times. There's no way that he'd want to face off with one of their fathers or something like that. He'll do it at the weakest moment.
I don't know, because he said he was going to, didn't he? The one where he got arrested. He said he was going to go back when they're all coming out of school. So I'm sure he's done it. I'm sure he's done it in the past as well.
My understanding was the police actually came to his house before he had a chance to go back.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm sure this is the first time he had that go through his mind. Yeah. So I'm sure he probably has been there. Maybe he hasn't felt it. Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, some dad was just gonna Wasn't it Nathan Roberts who was talking to the father and the kid at the baseball game or whatever, and it was. And he ended up saying to the kid, "Did your dad lie about Father Christmas too?" And the dad just turns around and says, you say one more fucking word, I'm gonna fucking take you out.
Why would you like the innocence of childhood should never be taken away by an adult? And you can take that statement any way you want. You know, you really can take that statement any way you want, be it the Tooth Fairy, be it Father Christmas, or whatever, or down that other deep, dark rabbit hole that I don't want to talk about. Taking away a child's innocence is probably one of the most heinous crimes that I could think of.
So me going around telling kids that the ether bunny isn't real, that's bad.
The ether bunny.
Yeah, the ether bunny.
No, the ether bunny isn't real.
I don't explain it to them. I just tell them the ether bunny isn't real, and then they cry, and I'm like, "Why are you upset about that?" But I don't explain it any further. Should I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
that's
tell
all
them. Tell them there's a difference between. Yeah, tell them there's a difference between the Easter bunny and the ether bunny.
Yeah. Make sure your insurance is paid up at the moment.
Yeah. Jesus died on the cross. Jesus died on the cross so we can all have chocolate egg. Great man.
Makes perfect sense to me. Any excuse for chocolate's a good excuse, I say.
Every Easter, my atheist butt praises God for Cadbury eggs. So I'm gonna do it. I mean,
I'll take it one step further. After every Easter, I praise God for Easter because there's all that cheap chocolate on the shelves.
Oh yeah, 50% off. It's just really you can only find here anyway Cadbury cream eggs this time of year, and there are no leftovers. There are no 50%. They're all sold out 2 weeks before Easter. So yeah.
I tell you, that's not going to be a problem this year. That is not going to be a problem this year. They won't be able to get rid of that shit fast enough.
So no name. I won't tell you that here in Australia, I actually live. Is it 4 kilometers away from where they're made?
You just said you weren't going to tell me.
I didn't.
Oh, okay, fair. I remain ignorant then. Yeah, no, rub it in, bastard.
It's pretty cool though because they do the misfits boxes and bags, so you can actually go and buy all the seconds. You go through the store and you can get a box of mixed, like things like flakes and the other bars that they make, but they may not be covered with chocolate properly, or they've had a problem, broken. You get $12 for a 2 foot square box.
You can do that in a local supermarket as well. You just go around and punch them all in, and go back to the stock. They're all reduced. You've got to excuse me. I haven't got coronavirus. I'm just getting over a cold. I promise.
It's okay. I covered my cell phone in a condom, so I should be safe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's my virus protection.
You got Nord.
Who needs Nord?
NordVPN.
I don't recommend the lubricated kind, though, guys. It's messy. Just saying.
Yeah, your finger slips off the key, doesn't it?
And they get real tingly too. I don't know what that's about, but I don't know. I bought them for me and my girlfriend, and I got the his and hers kind. You think that might have had something to do with it?
Oh, you got the Excite ones.
That's probably why my fingers were getting all tingly. Okay, I thought I was getting like neuropathy or something for a second there. I'm a little worried. Oh. Peeps are the only candy that I've found that are better stale. Like, let it go bad, basically. Just let them dry out. And they're just like the marshmallows out of the Lucky Charms box. At that point. Way better than normal. Which is really all you want out of Lucky Charms anyway, right?
I thought you only bought Lucky Charms for the trinket at the bottom of the box.
When do they start putting toys back in them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm in Australia. We don't have Lucky Charms.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not really.
He's still working on boxes that are 20 years old.
That's how long it took Lucky Charms to get to Australia.
At the bottom of the box, you got a sextant.
Oh, could you imagine that? Start making a new cereal called the, I don't know, Flurpies or something along those lines, and then you put in all of the tools that they need to prove that the Earth is a globe in the bottom of the box. And here's your 2 sticks. All you need to do is measure the shadow with this tape.
Well, you could just ask Fruit Loops to put the stuff in. I mean, obviously that's the right brand, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Here's a compass.
I won't.
I was going to say there's no point in putting a compass in because I don't know how to use it.
Oh dear. Come on, Terry, come back. We can't watch videos.
Yeah, press play. I'm bored, Terry. Entertain me.
I don't have one of those buttons.
Terry didn't want to show the video I sent. The Patricia Steer Mark II. The Flat Earthers have got some new chick on it.
A new chick?
A new chick. Yeah, it was a video I sent at the start of the stream.
Oh, was that
propaganda?
I've actually he's got it lined up, so he might play it.
I think he looked. Well, I'm not that.
Yeah, I know he listened to it.
The Australians.
Well, I sat down with Terry, was it last week, and we went through YouTube trying to find as many Flat Earth Australians as we could that are actually doing stuff on the YouTubes. Actual Flat Earthers that are doing stuff that aren't just mirroring other people's rubbish, I think we got up to 10.
That's more than I would have thought, actually.
Yeah, but yeah, but all of them are
doing stuff though. What are they doing? Apart from making shitty out of focus videos.
Yeah, word salad mixed with a side order of out of focused videos, trying to justify boats going over horizon, and you know the typical crap. Really, it really is. You know, but yeah.
You know what? One of the interesting things, and what's interesting I've noticed recently is there's very, very little attempt at an argument. A lot of them will just come in like a meme. It's just like, checkmate, Globers. And you go, what? You haven't even fucking said anything. It's like they're not even trying. They're not even trying.
I mean, have they ever?
Well, I think it was.
Yes, they have. They have tried. I mean, obviously it's completely wrong, but now they're just coming in and just going, checkmate, Globers. And it's like, no.
I think it was Team that said from now on, whenever he has it.
Sorry, go on.
I think I think it was Team that said, and he didn't say it long ago. He goes, from now on, whenever they bring up a topic that's already been debunked and shown to be debunked, I'm just going to give them a YouTube quote, give them the timestamp and tell them to go to a video and watch it. I'm not even going to bother anymore because they're all just repeating the same stuff that's happened 5 years ago.
That's all Oakley has done for the last 8 weeks, I think. Yeah. Him and Quantum Eraser.
Come on, be fair. Oakley and Quantum Eraser have refined their bullshit. They have refined and narrowed their bullshit.
Somewhat, yeah.
It's almost clever. It's almost clever. It's not. But you know what I mean. It's bullshit.
It's only because they've removed
of a narrow degree.
They've just removed the stuff that can be proven that they're wrong about.
Exactly. Well, that's why I just keep going. Show them rocket launches, and you see the Earth behind them. That's it. That's all you need. That's checkmate. It's done. We've seen the fucking Earth. That's why I won't let go.
I'm thinking that Oakley, what Oakley and QE are doing is kind of like flat Earth of the gaps. You know, that have got out of the gaps. They've just narrowed down to the point where they can go, well, you can't prove it or disprove it, so I'm going to say it's flat.
So, I was talking to Terry about this, or that particular thing. You know, that how they go. Well, you can't prove that the ISS is there. And I said to Terry, it's almost like you need to have a camera on a telescope zoomed into the ISS as it flies over, then take a picture of that. Take a picture of that camera set up, and then take a picture of the camera taking a picture of the camera setup, so that you can prove that the camera was taking a picture of the camera taking a picture. There you go. There's your evidence. You know.
Oh, not to mention, you've got to have an astronaut waving you, and the astronaut's got to take a picture of you waving to them.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's the kind of the level it is at. You know.
Well, I can remember, like, now, way back, I think it must have been the 80s or something like that. I can't remember if it was a space shuttle or if it must have been a space shuttle. And as the space shuttle was flying over, it may have been, and don't quote me on this, but it may have been when the first Australian astronaut went to space. Because I can remember that the local network, or the network news and all of that, turned around and said, we all need to, at this time, in synchronization, turn our lights on and off so that we can make Australia blink to show them that that we're looking at them. And I can remember doing it with my father. And then what they did then was they recorded it in space and sent it back. So you could see, like, all of Australia kind of pulsating on and off. And yeah, and you know, it was that moment for me where I turned, well, you know, how cool is that? It's really a great indication showing that we did this, they saw it, and then they showed it to us that we did it.
Yeah, the manager at the local power station is probably.
Yeah, power station's going crazy. I was going to say, no, which way up was the astronaut on the ISS? Was he different? Was it
No, it was. I'm pretty sure it was pre-ISS. It was that. I think it was when they were just started to build it.
Oh, shuttle. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so it was early shuttle days. It was it was in the early 80s. I was only very young when it happened. Wasn't it Skylab? I was gonna say it was Skylab, John, but I didn't want to get my dates wrong. it could have been Skylab, but
I'm thinking.
yeah,
I think John's right. I think it was. I seem to remember that.
yeah, it could have been Skylab. But I was
Wasn't there
only
an
about
early
yeah, I was
countdown?
only around that 5 to 10-year-old type age bracket, so I can't remember. Where's that shop? I want to go there.
Sorry,
Ali
I
Sheedy was
just
in
stole
that
the host
too.
back.
Ah, cool.
That
Hey,
is a lot
Peanuts,
of...
did the panel behave themselves out in here?
Now
No.
we've got
Who are you calling a penis?
penis.
No, Peanut.
We've got DKG out there, Terry, just so that you're aware. Out
In Discord? How'd he
Discord.
sneak in there?
Well, we tried to get him into Zoom, but he had a firewall issue, so...
Ah, those firewalls. It might have been the virus protector.
Oh, he's got corona and can't come in. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
that's it. Yeah. Sorry, your virus protector worked.
I just thought I had a bad cold, but never mind. I'll wash my hands.
No name.
Yeah, I know. I just read it then.
It does. It does. You gotta admit that.
I'm thinking about something that Hugh Hefner would have released.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm a dirty old man in training. That's why I hang out with you guys.
I'm sure if you thought about it, I'm actually add quite a few names. I could think of a few.
What's that? I can barely hear you.
Oh, what are you saying, DK? You couldn't set up Zoom because of a firewall issue?
I was saying that I think there's quite a few people we could probably add to the penis gallery. A few names. Am I breaking up?
No, you're just a little bit softish on my end.
Oh, it's late. I want to go to bed.
You might have to pull the 2 tin cans a bit tighter.
Is this better?
Well, it's not worse.
Got kind of a potato-y quality to it, like mush.
I want to. Are you actually picking this up? Is it picking up my time mark? I had the same problem on. I had the same problem on Red's thing. It wasn't actually picking up my time mark. It was picking up my.
Yeah, sometimes you sound like you're real far away from your mic, and then other times it sounds like you're kind of underwater. Oh, no, I could be on crappy headphones.
I get the same thing.
Oh, okay, good deal.
Yeah, it's probably not picking up my time mic. It's picking up my camera.
Well, that's heaps better.
Well, that's clear.
Oh,
yeah.
that's wonderful. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, but only because I turned him up.
Yeah, no, I just pulled my web camera out.
I'll put you back to normal.
There's nothing normal about me. There's nothing normal here.
You have come to the right place, sir.
Yeah.
You're in good company.
So we watched the rocket. What other tomfoolery was there out there? That was I'll save Wally for later, and Bob the science guy's got something, and I think Wolfie had something too. But for those who missed, what's this one? Where is it? What did I do with it? Lost it. I lost it? Fight the Flat Earth one. If anyone missed that, I'll see if I can find a spot. I wasn't sure about this bloke.
Was that the Sunny?
Yeah, I wasn't sure about him.
Oh, he's a po.
Yeah,
He's
I know.
a po. You could tell because every time that he answered with like miscongeniality or anything like that, or he asked a absolutely absurd question, you could see the wry smile go across his face, and that smile grew with every question he asked or any answer that he gave.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't see the right at the beginning after the introduction-y bits.
Well, spiritualness doesn't necessarily have to go hand in hand with flerf. You can be
Yeah,
spiritual
he
and and at
for a
peace
smart ass
and
comment
know
to
that the Earth is a globe.
anybody came up with.
Honestly,
yep.
COVID-19. Team, what's your
This is
thoughts
the
on what's going
introduction,
on?
I think.
Well, other than the fact that as I told you earlier, I'm getting sick as fuck, and I'm hoping I didn't catch it. But yeah, I'm dead serious.
And it is kind of funny that
they just shut down all the bars and restaurants.
Team Skeptic. Oh, he can be saved.
Provide takeout service.
He's not interested in being saved.
Whatever, deliver your takeout. Those are the only two options that are, restaurants have for staying open. And I don't know. It's weird. I woke up today and I felt like shit. I haven't felt like this in a while.
Well, it sucks that you're feeling bad, dude. Number one, I hope you don't have COVID-19, and number two, whatever it is, I hope you feel better. But I ain't a doctor, so don't listen to me for medical advice, but it is just sound advice to say, wash your hands as often as possible. And if this might sound like a stupid thing, but if you aren't sure about how to wash your hands properly, there is plenty of advice on how to do it. I am even thinking of doing just a how to wash your hands instructional video. Because, we touch it and it spreads it. So just be safe. Look after yourself and your families. Don't go panicking and buying all the toilet roll because, other people need toilet.
Well, all right, folks. It's time for me to bugger off.
Get your mic fixed.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say. I was going to say I just went down the road to the shop to get. We usually get long life milk to last us a bit longer. The whole shelf was empty.
Yep.
Till next time, folks.
Okay, DK.
All right.
So,
Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for dropping in, mate.
Yeah, it's always fun.
Hey, if you get a chance, share a full article in the stream. You might all know about it being Australian, but I never knew. So it's a neat something to confront a flerf with.
I keep getting conflicting stories. That was DK on the debate the other day, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I kept thinking. I thought, didn't know if people were pulling me leg or what. Oh, we'll just listen to a little bit of this guy because I missed the beginning of it, but I didn't get the end. I got a bit of the end, so.
Maybe if they send me to space, or if there is space, I'd be convinced.
You didn't miss anything.
But as I said, it's more about the spiritual side that I'm concerned with, even more than the actual.
He's going to go to the spiritual side of it.
Well, spiritualness doesn't necessarily have to go hand in hand with flerf. You can be spiritual and and at peace and know that the Earth is a globe. And honestly, I don't see the connection between flat Earth and spirituality myself. Could you?
Well, for one thing, if there's if everybody knows that it was a flat Earth, then they would know the creator that who created it, and it's not so random. So the average Joe on the walking down the street will know that we have a loving creator who made this Earth realm, or this whatever it is, just for us, and it's perfectly habitable. It wasn't made just by pure chance or random case.
Perfectly happy.
Which I used to believe was real, but
well, I mean, we can only live on like maybe 10% of it, the surface, and then if you go up a couple miles up, you can't live there. You go a couple miles down, you can't live there. I mean, doesn't seem too perfect to me.
Why could a creator not have created a globe? Why could a creator not have created a vast, expansive universe? Like, why does it have to be a little snow globe?
Well, it seems a bit redundant. I mean, to create that much vast space just to have a little tiny planet.
I mean, again, you're assuming that a creator just...
Oh, John Rapp just picked up on something. I was in the side chat on this, and he was in there too, and he said, I caught your mention of 4 being evil in the chat when they were discussing the number of the beast. When they were correcting him of the number. So I typed in the side chat about the number 4. I said, what about the number 4?
Created us. Who's to say that he didn't also
Renee caught my response too in the live chat, Terry. What did I respond?
I can't remember now either.
Scroll up, you'll see it. But 4 is forbidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my response. We've all spent way too much time in the same streams today.
I think we do.
Billions of other life forms.
Professor Phil said
I
needs a
definitely
basic
I've been
lesson
there.
in flerthology and
for me,
I mean, I wasn't the alien thing.
For me, a feeling of being special actually comes from
Yes,
the knowledge
Phil.
that I am the
take him under your wing,
product
Professor.
of millions and billions and
Does that come with an undergraduate associate diploma?
Phil, you can't knock sense into people that have gone down that rabbit hole of this religious type stuff. That's a bit of a lost cause.
I don't know. I have pretty good money on Professor Phil Blue.
Well, he could show. Well, he could be the theologian type person and actually dispel all the myths relating to why the person thinks they're religious and follows the Bible. Yeah, if Professor Phil can be a flerfer, I reckon he could be is it theist? Yeah.
Even the fact that my mum and dad had to meet is a 1 in a million thing, and without these incredible coincidences that have happened, I wouldn't exist. And I think
good
that
thing
makes
there's
me
almost
feel...
8 billion of us, right?
That many?
Yeah, we're up to close to 8 billion, aren't we?
Wow.
Last time I looked.
Yeah, I had to look at the curve.
7.5.
I had to look at the graph of that, how we climbed in population.
I did a video Discord about could the Earth support 1 trillion people.
Oh, okay.
Thought that was pretty cool.
We'd have to grow more food somewhere.
Sure. He puts it down in the video. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
More special than if I was just created by something, by a deity who just snap his fingers and bring the world into existence.
I understand where you're coming from. It's like you feel like you won the lottery. Just you're being born because when a man and a woman make love, it's I don't know, millions of sperms against for all odds meant to being.
Yeah.
The spiritual side is just that somebody orchestrated it and everything happened. So we see a lot of pain in this world. Obviously, like we see a lot of deaths, and I hope the coronavirus has not affected a lot of people. But we see a lot of fear. Yeah. But even before that, there's even more deadly diseases that kill everybody instantly. Can kill a newborn child.
Yeah.
So
let me just stop you 1 sec. I've been having issues with.
Perger 1 had to go down that road, didn't he? Silent green tastes better, or tastes nice. For the young people out there, go and see the movie with Silent Green with Charlton Heston.
With my computer lately, and I can see it
No,
struggling.
that just
I'm gonna
seems like a
quickly shut
waste of
down the
good
stream,
long
change the
pig to
settings,
me.
and restart it. All right, we'll be back in just
Okay.
1 sec, guys. Don't leave. We'll be
Like you
back
want to
in
just do
1
a
second.
slow and low method, just a good barbecue. I turn it to Soylent Green.
Live again.
You can send me mobile signal if you'd like. I don't need to see anything.
Yeah.
Do they get into anything else yet? I'll have to skip a bit.
Refresh, guys.
Well, my parents get that from their parents, and if you keep there's always a source to something, right? I mean, eventually we'll get to something like a book that's been around for centuries. Societies, a lot of society, they began by worshiping, fearing God. Fear of God is an old saying. Fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Maybe, of course, maybe.
He seems so similar to these other. Is it Is it Chemo or Lemonbird or someone that does the religious side of things? Was that Chemo or?
Well, yeah, Chemo does it, but that's usually a fallback. Like once his main argument, whatever his scientific argument he has, failed, his tape breaks, and then he reverts back to the biblical stuff. Lemon is pretty much he leads with religion like right out the gate. This guy seems kind of pleasant in comparison, though.
Yeah, he's talking more about the religion side of things. I don't think we're going to get a conversation about the flat Earth or not.
A reference be to what the shape of the Earth was. All they knew was they lived on a land, and they could probably see as far as they ever went. And I don't think ancient cultures are people that we should look to again for scientific observations.
That being said, the ancient Egyptians built those pyramids very accurately. I'm sure it's perfectly aligned with the stars, and it's all over the world, and they all kind of all unite. Yeah.
But
So
they don't match up anymore.
They don't match up anymore?
No, especially the ones over the pyramids in Giza. They don't match up with the stars anymore at all. Well, I mean, almost, but not like they did beforehand. And the North Star, 3,000 years ago, it was Thuban, I want to say, and I think in Thuban, yeah, and I think in 13,000 years' time, based on the precession, it's going to be Vega. So the stars do move, and we've even got like almanacs and stuff that ancient sailors have plotted the position of stars and how they've changed over time. You can see this here. The image might not be very good for you, but this is an ancient almanac that they used to plot the position of stars and how much they moved throughout the years. And without the knowledge of the fact that the stars were actually moving, we wouldn't have been able to accurately, navigate at sea back in the day. But the times that then we started to be able to determine the shape of the Earth was when you started getting circumnavigations. And a circumnavigation is something that's impossible on a flat Earth, right?
I disagree. I mean, the ships could be just turning in a certain way so that they keep it looks like it's on a loop, but it's actually just going around in circles. But the circles are they're just, the distance is so vast that you would almost feel like you're just going straight. And I mean, it can be done. I mean, even on a flat Earth map.
Why would you feel like you were going straight if on a flat Earth you would have to be constantly turning towards the center? You can't.
Not constantly, because it's so massive. It's very big. Yeah.
But still, there would be some points where you would have to literally change your course to go towards the center. I can't use north, south, east, and west on a rim because it doesn't work. You can use rimward and towards the center, I guess. But
so you're telling me that if you were to go in a globe and you wanted to just circle around the globe, let's just say, you would have to do no turns at all. You just go straight.
Well, there was times
Obviously,
where you would have to follow the land down, but again, we've had cartographers and people that have mapped out what the shapes of the continents are. So
of course.
and they can, you can use the positions of the stars to say, right, well, if we were at that point of the land, the stars are here, and now we can then get on that same latitude by looking at the angle that the North Star is, so we know that we're still on that circumnavigation route around the Earth.
Yeah, but the same can be said unless somebody's looking from like an aerial view, like from I don't know how many thousand miles away or whatever, and literally looking at whatever it is, a globe or a flat Earth, and literally seeing this person is turning because it's a globe, or this person is turning because it's flat. Unless we see that aerial shot, I hope you understand what I mean. We wouldn't know if this person is turning on a flat Earth or if they're turning on a globe. So it could work on both. Circumnavigation can definitely work on both a globe or a flat Earth. Right. I mean, that's my opinion.
The main reason why it couldn't work on a flat Earth is because, well, let me ask you this question. Can you show me a flat Earth map that accurately reflects the size of the countries and the distances between them?
There is the Dave Wise map. I think there's an app he's developed, and that's pretty much the most accurate.
That doesn't work. Yeah. You're talking about the azimuth equidistant map, right?
Yeah.
So,
Sonny, can I add to? Let me ask you one question, Sonny. Okay.
Sure. Go
ahead. Before, excuse me. Before like NASA, before anything was really prevalent in our society, cartographers had already mapped out the coastline of Antarctica. Now, when they mapped out the coastline of Antarctica, they mapped it out to about 17,000 kilometers. Okay. Now, if you look on a map, it's real easy. All you have to do is you can use basic the math for the circumference of a circle. Just find the distance from the North Pole to the to Antarctica. You know what I'm saying? Just find that distance. That'll be your radius. You multiply that by 2, which gives you a diameter, and then you multiply that by pi to give you the circumference. Now, when you do this, you get a number that's, depending upon how far away from the North Pole you use, you get a number that's around 70,000 kilometers. So why is the Antarctic coastline only 17,000 kilometers when on David Weiss's map, the Antarctic coastline should be 70,000 kilometers?
Who's to say that it isn't 70,000 kilometers? Because now you're looking at from a globe.
Well, they mapped it out already.
Right?
Yeah, there's cartographers that have already determined what that is.
Okay. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that even the flat Earth map is circular, right? So maybe the cartographer was only did a certain part and couldn't really map out the whole thing. But they thought that's all there was. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or maybe they did map it all out and it was only 17,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
I mean, if between our two statements, you have one that's unfounded by any observations or anything. Mine, the statement I come from or that I'm giving, is based on observations that people made prior to the existence of NASA.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the whole Antarctica treaty? Nobody's allowed to go there and map out their own.
We can get to
that.
Hold
on.
We can get to that in a bit. I just wanted to cover first more of the maps thing. So, David Weiss talks about the azimuthal equidistant map, right? Now, the first thing that my issue with this is, when I look at it, is, well, just Australia. Just fucking Australia. Because Australia is not 3 times the size of Canada.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely, 100%. Again, we've had cartographers, and it does not take that long to travel across Australia as it does across Canada. The distances aren't under dispute here. Australia is definitely not one of the biggest continents in the world.
He definitely needs an Australian in there.
Well, if you look at it there, it's bigger than both Canada and the continental United States put together. And we know that's not the case. So it's absolutely there is the reason I asked you, can you show me a flat Earth map that accurately reflects distances, is because there isn't one at all. No flat Earth map is accurate because all maps are a projection of a globe. This is a projection of a globe. If you wrap that around the sphere, the distances actually work out. But on a flat plane like that, it just doesn't work in the slightest. Team, sorry, what were you going to say?
I don't remember it was a point that I was going to make about the cartography and whatnot, but if I remember, I'll tell you.
All right, okay, sorry.
Or no, it was something that, no, I'm sorry. It was something he said, and that we went, Sonny, what did you say? We were about to jump to a different topic, and you go, well, hold on, I want to stay on this subject. That's what it was. We were about to change to a different topic.
Yes, the Antarctic Treaty.
The Antarctic Treaty, yes. Okay, so Sonny, I want to ask you a question. Are you aware that there's a significant portion of the Antarctic coastline that's completely, uninhabited, unguarded? I mean, if you truly wanted to go to Antarctica, all you'd have to do is go through a significant portion of it that's uninhabited completely, and you could do this on your own. There'd be no military penguins or ships or anything to stop you. I'm sorry?
No, I know there's a trip that they arrange for you, and it costs a lot of money. First of all, it's like $30,000 or something, and they don't allow you after a certain point, and there's a lot of limitations. I mean, you speak of going to Antarctica as like, oh, you can just hop on a ship and go there, but realistically, I mean, we can't really even travel to another country without a passport, and there's so many restrictions.
Right.
You can't even,
Okay.
We agree with that, right? Yeah.
So the Antarctic Treaty, all the rules in the Antarctic Treaty, they only really protect two things. Number one, they keep away people from ruining that habitat. There's certain things about Antarctica that's really beneficial to us. Number one, it's a highly elevated continent. Okay, so it gets us out of the thick part of our atmosphere into a less dense part of our atmosphere. It's really great for astronomy. Okay, it's also it's a good way to study our Earth because there's ice core samples there. There's there's just untouched regions that we can really go in and see what the natural progression of our Earth has been. Now, if we open that up to privatization, right? If we tell everybody, hey, come on down to Antarctica, there's a great place there's a great whole continent down here we haven't yet tapped out. Well, number one, it's going to ruin the science that's going on down there. Number two, it's harsh. It's not like we're talking about going from America to Canada here. We're talking about going to the bottom of the Earth. On the globe. This is one of the harshest environments out there, and anybody can agree with it, whether you believe it's a big circle that goes around the flat Earth, or I'm telling you that it's a continent located on the bottom. It's a harsh environment. Anybody that goes there, anybody that tries to set up there is going to be putting themselves into an environment that's not suitable for humans naturally. So there's lots of reasons why. Yeah, there's lots of reasons why we don't just send people out there, send businesses out there. Whether it be environmental protection or whether it be just the protection of the humans that would have to be the ones working down there. There's also stipulations in the Antarctic Treaty that guarantee, let's say there's a Russian base down there and there's an American base, and we butt heads internationally, right? Well, on Antarctica, excuse me. Well, on Antarctica, we don't have that option. They remove all the differences that we have in this part of this world, and they say down there, you have to coordinate with each other. You have to. Because if the Russian scientists get into a situation where they're in danger, down there's a high chance that you will die due to exposure and just natural events. So they have to coordinate with each other to guarantee that there's some kind of logistical agreement between countries that wouldn't normally agree out here in the mainland of the Earth. And then the other part of it is to keep us from militarizing Antarctica.
Yeah.
Because Antarctica provides everybody a good jump off. Yeah, you can. If you were to put a base on Antarctica, you literally have easy access to any part of the southern hemisphere. because when you look at it, if you look at it on a flat Earth, the southern hemisphere on the bottom of South America is, not the southern hemisphere, I'm sorry, Antarctica that's closest to South America is completely on the other side of the world from Antarctica that's close to Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the points you're making, I mean, to be honest, like you say, oh, they don't want a military base there, but then it's, I mean, let's face it, I mean, they have military bombs going off where children are. So,
well, yeah,
like
but
in our
they,
world,
they
right?
don't
Yeah,
have any in Antarctica.
There's no moral compass, let's just say, to the whoever's whoever's part of the military. There's no real moral compass.
But there is a compass though. There is a compass though, and the compass is the Antarctic Treaty, and the Antarctic Treaty forbids military installations in Antarctica. And if I was to say to you, there's a list of people that have literally crossed from one side of Antarctica to the other, would you think it was a very big list?
No, I know for a fact.
Well,
Robert Byrd.
How about I show you a quick video with the list that's absolutely not complete, but this is just a quick video with a list of people that have crossed Antarctica. Yeah, so there's actually been a lot of people that have
There's a
crossed
lot of people,
Antarctica.
but maybe they're all going to more or less the same place that they're regulated. Like I know there's tourists who go to the Antarctica and visit a certain part of it, but there's no proof of somebody actually going past a certain point.
Apart from all those people that I just put on the list, they literally have expeditions to go, from one side of Antarctica to the other. And there isn't places where you aren't allowed to go. It's not advised to go there, and you are advised to take a lot of precautions because it's, as Team said, it's not a place for human habitation, like at all. It will kill us.
Are there any videos of showing? Okay, you assume that Antarctica is surrounded by water, right? Are there any explorers or videos of both sides of the water? Are like, okay, I'm on this end of Antarctica and this other person is at another end of Antarctica. Are there videos of?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll pull you up. I'm gonna pull that up for you, Sunny. Give me 1 second.
I was gonna say they've got the yearly race that they do around Antarctica.
That's what I was doing. I was gonna look up the quickest time that it got around. Sorry, guys.
From one side to the other.
Sorry, I'll just quickly read some super chats. So the first super chat was from Sonny Stephen. Thank you, Sonny. It says #research flat Earth. Yeah, I've never looked into the flat Earth thing. I wonder what that's all about. J.O. Warren for $4.99 says, Sonny, I would very much like to debate you atheism versus Christianity. If you would so be inclined one day, I wish you all the best. Would you be up for that?
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Cool. I'll arrange that, definitely. We've got Bella Charge for $5 New Zealand says $5 to put towards fixing your PC. Yeah, guys, I'm genuinely struggling with it, and I'm worried that it's going to need a lot of replacement parts. Thank you. Rachel L. Sadani for...
I might fast forward it a bit more again. I think this is... I'm not going to listen to it for the next 2 hours. I know I got near the end. I don't know how far near the end I got to because it was interesting near the end. But I'm not sure if anywhere else where else he goes in his discussion.
My recollection was he just kind of got stuck on a loop for a while.
I'll just add that I spent a year in Antarctica, and all of this conversation is just hilarious whenever I listen to them. So
I've even got the 24-hour sun loop video that was taken in one shot. That try to debunk that.
I mean, I know people that walked to the South Pole while I was there. The people, Gareth Wood and the Footsteps of Scott group. They were some of the first people that started doing that privately.
Yeah.
Back in 1984.
That is awesome, Charlie. What were you researching down there? What was your job down there?
I was running there's a cosmic ray monitoring facility. So I got out of college and I thought I wanted to go to Antarctica. So I found a job and I went there. And it was like a bunch of really old equipment that had been running since 1957. And they just were taking cosmic ray counts. And pretty much I didn't have anything to do because the stuff would work just fine and it would punch out paper tape. And I'd collect all the paper tape every week and send it off to the Navy comms guys who would send it off over a VHF radio link to the rest of the world when the radio reception was good enough and spit it out. And I just did that every week. And I had a lot of downtime to walk around, but it was beautiful. It was like one of the most memorable years of my life.
Nice.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Out of curiosity, did you encounter any armed penguins? I have
no, completely lost. Didn't have any penguins experience.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I certainly saw. I did see penguins. They're big, smelly, blubbery things, and they smell really fishy and nasty. I mean, they look all cute, but lots of things look kind of cute until you get up and smell them.
Right on. Yeah.
Seals.
You've been to Alabama, I take it.
I've never been to Alabama.
Oh, okay.
You've not missed a lot.
Really?
Looks great until you get close enough to smell it. Pretty much describes most of our population.
Yeah, I was born and raised there, but in my misspent youth, Charlie, I was an amateur radio operator. Started doing it when I was a kid, and in about the 1972, 73 time frame, somewhere in there, I had a pretty decent radio set up. And for some odd reason, I was just in the right spot, and I could establish contact with the base down there at Antarctica pretty much any time I wanted to.
Yep.
And for a period of 2 or 3 months there, I was running phone patches for those guys.
I definitely talked over a few phone patches when I was down there.
Yeah, okay, so you know what I'm talking about. I was one of the guys before before you were there, but I was one of the guys up on this end of it that would spend my time doing that just because I thought it was cool as hell. Yeah,
it was cool. I was there in 84 and 85, so probably you weren't doing it that much before I was there.
Yeah, no, it's 10 or 12 years, something like that.
And the only annoying thing is that everybody in the station could listen in on it. All they had to do was turn the radio to that channel, and they could listen into your conversations. So.
Oh yeah, well, not only that, anybody with
in the world,
anybody in the world with a 20-meter single sideband receiver could do the same thing. But that didn't seem to bother anybody, and it was I got to know some of the families and stuff, because the deal would be they'd give me a telephone number and I would call collect, and they would accept the charges and then put them on the phone patch and let them talk.
Yep.
It was really, really a neat experience on my end. And I always sort of fantasized about what it must be like to be on that end of it. But yeah, you brought up radios and I started thinking about that.
Well, the ham radio shack was a pretty small little shack out in the middle of nowhere, kind of what was called the depressed area. It was the place between Bob Hill and where the antenna farm was for the big boy transmitters. But they did a pretty good job considering how little equipment they had compared to the big old transmitters that were up on the T-site area. But of course, it depended a lot on the comms, on the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. For some reason or the other, I always had to orient my beam pretty much due south.
Yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah, shock.
Yeah. Of course, on the days I was there, we also did we would all set our clocks using WWBV.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure anybody uses that anymore.
I don't even know if the thing broadcasts anymore, but I grew up listening to WWV.
Yeah. So that was how you got the time.
Hell yeah.
And you could get it really accurate if you were to sync up with the audio signal. It was pretty amazing.
Yep.
That's something that's always amazed me. how would a sundial work at the South Pole?
Well, for a significant portion of the year, it wouldn't.
Yeah, when the sun's not around, it's not going to work worth a shit.
It's like a 6 month clock rather than a 24-hour clock, Terry.
Yeah, but when the sun's up, it works pretty good 24 hours. I mean, it's actually probably the easiest thing to do. You just put a pole in the ground and write 24 numbers around it, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
But a sundial normally for us on the equator is only half a hemisphere of when it transits across if you're using the sundial. But in the south, on the South Pole, if it was 24 hours, it'd be a complete circle like a normal clock, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, that's apparently the way that Scott and Amundsen actually, figured out which way to go to the South Pole. Once they were up on the plateau, they just, like at midnight, they'd walk straight towards the sun. They could just look at their watch, and they would, if their watch had a 24-hour dial on it, they knew that, if they oriented it towards the sun, they would walk in a particular direction. So, and because they weren't necessarily in a place where magnetic compasses worked all that well, that was a preferred way to get your direction. I mean, if you can see the sun or the stars, you can get a much more accurate direction than you'll ever get off of a magnetic compass. It's just the magnetic compasses are so simple. So at least that's my
so simple that even a flerf could mess one up.
Yeah, they mess them up regularly.
Yeah.
Well, they do, but they almost try to, it seems like.
Yeah.
That seems to be
I always want to use like this euphemism that I always heard as a kid growing up around the neighborhood when some kid was just completely inept. We'd always say, "Do you have trouble with wheelbarrows?" I have no idea where it came from. It's just like, oh yeah, that guy can't even operate a wheelbarrow.
I don't know where I've never heard that. That must be an Alabama thing.
Must be. I don't think I've ever. Well, and that's why I never say it, because nobody get it.
Yeah.
Unless it was a one-handled wheelbarrow.
Mm.
Well, those are tricky.
You used to say something like, dumber than a sack of hammers or something like that.
Yeah, dumber than a bag of hammers. Yeah.
Bag of hammers, yeah.
I think wheelbarrow was an elective when I went to school.
Elective.
Yeah. Well, down there in McMurdo, the new people, the Fingies, you'd ask them if they wanted to learn how to operate a D1, and of course, D5, 6, nice big bulldozers, but they would go, oh yeah, sure. And the next thing you know, they had a lovely D-handled shovel in their hands, and they were digging things to know.
The sad thing is they still use that joke today.
Oh, do they?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's very well known in the plant circles.
In the plant circles?
As in, plant machinery.
Yeah.
Oh, plant machinery, yes.
Yeah, I can remember the drill instructor at when I went to basic training asking if anybody had a military driver's license. And a couple of dumbasses put their hands up, and they became wheelbarrow operators pretty quickly.
Oh, the best one they used to pull all the time in the Australian Army Blue was who here wants to get a motorbike license? So every man and his dog would bloody put their hands up, wouldn't they? Right, thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, you learn pretty quick not to fall for that trick.
Cultures throughout time. You choose only the fluffy stuff. Religion doesn't breed morality. What do you think about that?
Well, like I said, religion, there's a lot of problems caused by religion, and there's a lot of solutions caused, by religion. Right now, I'm afraid that people are falling into more the materialism as a religion. Like money becomes, because every time you and the sun is not a ridiculous 93 million miles away, and the moon is not 250,000 away. and they perfectly coincide. I mean,
Yeah,
it
he
proves
just kept
the total
making
eclipse
these
proves
assertions.
Yeah.
They really don't like big numbers. They have a problem with large numbers.
Yeah, it must be the millions part. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they think about small numbers. I've never heard them complain about, microns or nanometers or something like that.
Oh, they don't know what that is.
Well, they don't. They don't like negative exponents. We know that.
Yeah, no, that drives them crazy. Yeah.
So.
Or like 1 times 10 to the 250th power. That's a huge number, right?
I'm still trying
Sorry.
to. I'm still.
JM Truth, Matt.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find on Google for this triangle calculator.
Triangle calculator?
Yeah, triangle calculator.
Make sure you switch your units from kilometers to miles, because I think it only works in miles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to convert miles to kilometers, but that's okay. Or meters to kilometers or something. Yeah.
Local sun and moon, for me personally, anyway.
It's impossible.
For me,
how does the moon eclipse the sun?
Well, maybe
Oh, the new one I forgot to. I've got to keep remembering too. Volume is the same as area. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Volume equals area.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's
settled science.
Where did that come from?
General Special.
General Special. There's somebody named General Special.
He is special.
I'm sure they're
He's
special.
definitely special.
Yeah.
I know. His rank is so top secret that it translates into a 4-star general as soon as he steps onto U.S. soil.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
This guy they're talking about, Charlie, is way on the other side of bug folk crazy.
Yeah. He makes Pete Shea look a little sane.
His uniform, for some particular reason unknown to everyone else in the world, has the scout patch on it.
Oh, and that was context, Terry. Context.
What else we got for this guy?
I wish I could remember this guy's name. There was somebody was talking to years ago, and he was completely crazy, and I'm not remembering his name right now. Old guy that thought he was like a spy, and I don't know, part of special forces. I have to remember who he is. He's definitely he's definitely in one of the one of the atlases of crazy people. It was pretty spectacular, but as usual, he had no understanding of anything he was talking about. So.
Are you working today, Peter? Because I was just going to ask, could you grab that special guy's last video and go to about 2/3, I think, at the way through, and you'll find that section to do with the area and volume area part of it. That conversation. I didn't timestamp it that one.
Oh, that's classic.
Yeah. And somebody's got that clip too of Riley doing that 1-on-1-1-1 triangle calculator too. I forget who that was with. There was somebody
I got it.
that. I'll have to get them and put them away.
I got it in one of my videos if you want.
Yeah, I never know where to put them away. Oh, you got it on yours, wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah, that's a special clip, that one.
Let me go find it and I'll link it.
I still can't wrap my head around how he couldn't have known that one. And the limited education I got, I only went to year 10, and even I knew that. And I'm going, that's one of the easiest geometrical things to work out for the equilateral triangle stuff.
Oh yeah. No, everybody should know that if all 3 sides of a triangle are equal, it's the angles are all 60. But of course, you need a calculator to do that. But you are aware of it.
Not in miles, guys. I mean, you're forgetting the conversion factor. You got to convert from kilometers to miles.
Oh, that's right. How many miles is that angle anyway?
Who knows?
It is true. There is spherical excess. If you draw that triangle on the Earth, the angles will be bigger.
That's right.
So
you can't. You can't technically draw that exact triangle on the Earth, can you? It doesn't quite fit.
No, well, I mean, you could draw a triangle with 100-mile long sides on the Earth if you found a flat enough place, and then the angles would be bigger than 60. It would add up to more than 180. That's just what spherical trig does. And you are aware that like 7 times 13 equals 28, right?
Yes, I have
That
been
sounds
told
like
that a few times now.
That sounds like some brain leak math right there.
And Costello, Abbott or Costello, which one was it?
Abbott,
He
Costello.
Yeah, he explained it really well for me. He even wrote it out on a blackboard. He done it on the
Yeah,
wall
no,
once, but he done it on a blackboard too.
It was awesome. It was definitely the sort of thing that Flat Earth would work on.
Yeah.
Anthony'd be all over that.
Well, yeah, but that's got numbers, but he doesn't know what they mean.
Well, I was responding to his thing where he was saying that, you know, if 5% of the people die from this thing, that's not statistically significant. or that, you know, that he clearly doesn't know what statistically significant means. I think he seems to think that the number isn't statistically significant. I was going, it's like, you can't say that. That's all like standard deviations and p-values, and you clearly don't know what either one of those are. But,
okay, we'll watch it be a little bit.
Yeah, I think isn't 0.1% statistically insignificant?
no, you could have the smallest number you want, and it's still a significant number as long as there's the standard deviation for that number is small enough. Now, you can say that it's not a significant amount, percentage of the population if you want to do that. But I'm sorry, but 4% of the population dying is significant.
It is significant. Yeah.
It's a pretty big pile. It's a pretty big pile of bodies.
Yeah, especially to the 4% that die. That's very significant.
Yeah.
And I'm related to some of them too. I'm going to be bummed out by that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, statistically speaking, anyway.
Well, I know some people that are going through chemotherapy right now. I know other people have, their mothers are in nursing homes and things like that. They're on the wrong side of this right now. So Anthony needs a big old attitude adjustment with a clue by four somewhere. It's applied to his head a couple times if it would get through.
Okay.
Well, from what I've seen, the flerfs are also denying the coronavirus. They're calling it a hoax too. So
they are.
Hopefully that'll thin that herd a little bit.
My favorite one was that it's actually not a virus. It's G5 signals that are doing it.
Yeah,
that's whack.
I heard that one.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Or that it's an attempt that they'll come up with a vaccine and then they'll inject RFID chips into all of us with the vaccine.
Oh, not the ID chip.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That's all a New World Order thing.
Oh, okay.
Agenda 21 or whatever that is. I don't know.
Shh! Don't give out all our secrets now.
They're very local, but they're in like different inner circles. Like so, at a certain point, the sun and the moon actually overlap each other. But they're like concentric circles around the Earth. They're whatever their path
they overlap.
Right, let me just work on getting Red through here properly, and then we can.
I wonder how that makes the lunar eclipse.
On me. But
wow.
Seems to be a problem with it.
Click on anything.
Seems to be.
Don't stop me now.
Oh, here we go. It's working now.
Having a good time.
Reds, are you there?
Yes, sir.
There we go. That's better.
Hi.
I'm pressing all the buttons.
Cool.
That was a sound effect for a joke from before.
What the? I was wondering where that came from then. It was
I think I pushed the wrong button.
Oh, you weren't there when that happened live?
No, I missed that one.
Oh, okay.
Lucky it wasn't.
It was pretty funny.
Lucky it wasn't actually real. Like I looked around.
Well, I was at work when I was listening to this stream, so I just had my headphones in and my phone was in my pocket.
Yeah.
So I was not expecting it at all. About jumped out of my skin when those sound effects kicked in.
Before that, I just
Well, I keep expecting to hear something like that.
Ouch.
With some of these people that are talking while they're driving.
Sorry, Charlie.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I keep expecting to hear that while Travis is driving or something like that.
Oh, Travis. Yeah.
Oh, I'm expecting to hear to see like one of those OJ Simpson car chases, you know, with Travis going really slow in like a box truck, delivery truck, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't drive an 18-wheeler anymore. So he's driving his little delivery truck around really slowly down the interstate as all these cops are trailing him because he just went onto a road rage after getting triggered by Lewis or something.
What an entrance I made. What an entrance I made, I tell you.
Your face made stuff crash.
It could happen.
Rhetoric, welcome to the channel. This is Sonny Stephen. He's a flat earther who I think we can save. I've been trying to talk to him about things that are impossible on a flat earth. Would you like to take over?
You know, you almost talk like a Christian evangelist, you know. Oh, I can save you, sir.
Well,
I can save your
it's about
soul.
saving you to reality.
Head looks pretty normal, like size, like divers and stuff. But
yeah, but they don't wear astronauts' helmets.
But coming back to NASA, NASA has actually said that somebody drowned in space. I don't know, it was a big headlines. And
Reg, do you want to take that one?
Sure.
Drowned in space. Yeah, no, NASA doesn't hide anything. I know they don't. It's often called in spiritual language. It's often called hidden in plain sight. They do a lot of that stuff for sure.
I don't know what you're referring to about the hidden in plain sight thing, because anyone can go out and see the ISS pass overhead whenever it passes overhead. Yeah. But as far as the astronaut drowning thing, there is a passageway between the core of the suit and the astronaut's helmet that's part of the liquid cooling system. All right, that liquid cooling system sprung a leak. And when you're in space, you can't touch your face. There is a suit and a helmet in the way. You cannot touch your face. So if your helmet sprung a leak and you're in 0G and it's able to just clump anywhere at once, like for example, on your nose and over your mouth, and you can't wipe the water away because you're wearing a spacesuit with a helmet in the way, what do you think would happen? Would you drown?
Yeah, it filled up. So what was that liquid again that you mentioned? What was it?
It's part of their cooling system. All right, it's part of the cooling system. There's actually a underlayer that's full of liquid, and that liquid is a cooling system that circulates throughout the suit.
What is it?
I don't know what the liquid is. It might be just pure water, actually.
I think it is.
So
okay, water. Because I'm just reading here. Yeah, it says nothing about here. The official statement: water fills the empty.
Windy water or flat water?
Italian astronaut Luca Paramitano. I'm sorry if I'm murdering that.
You remember the sublimation system I was talking about? That requires a liquid inside it for it to work, so that it can evaporate that heat energy to space.
The water built up. It literally says nothing about any kind of liquid. It just says straight up water.
Hey, Craig, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
I need you to play this video and pipe it so that we can all listen to it, as well as the audience. Can you do that for me, please?
Yep, give me just 1 minute.
I hate that Red's broke in right there. Because
so, dude
had just said that water isn't liquid. Is what he was implying. I mean, he's like, it doesn't say anything about liquid here. It's talking about water. And then Red's butt in, so I was like, oh, that was too soon, Reds. You should have let him hang himself.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What I want to do is I would like for you to just do me this favor. This video is only 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. Can I ask that I have your undivided attention for just 2 minutes and 30 seconds without interruption? Is that fair?
You got it. No problem.
Okay, perfect. So Craig, please go ahead and play the video from the very beginning. You do not need to clip it at any particular part. Just play it from the very beginning, if you will, please.
Yeah, just waiting for it to load in. It seems to be being slow. Give me a sec.
Meanwhile, I'll just do.
Come on. Right, let me try that input again. My God. Sorry, guys. Bear with me one sec.
Again, huh?
Yeah. It's struggling with all the stupidity.
You asked about
but
that
also,
yeah. Sorry.
Go on, Reds.
Yeah, the hidden in plain sight thing. What I usually see from flat earthers, if what I understand is correct about what you're trying to say, which I could be jumping the gun here, but I think people are assigning meaning to whatever NASA does, and they're also assigning conspiracies to what they want to see, not what they're actually seeing. They're guilty of leading the evidence to their preferred conclusion instead of following the evidence where it leads. All evidence that can be gotten by any normal person without any special access to NASA or ESA or SpaceX point to the International Space Station actually being a thing. It's not a CGI Hollywood studio or anything like that. Everything that we have seen, everything that we have investigated points to NASA actually not being full of, well, shit when they say that the International Space Station is in orbit around the Earth. I've seen it. I've measured it myself even.
I've seen videos of it. I'm being honest. But yeah, have you seen also the ISS videos where the astronaut fades in and out and all kinds of weird glitches? I'm sure.
Okay, those are cuts, literal just cuts. They were recording the same room and they edited it. It was just like a transition to another shot where the another astronaut was coming in from the front.
All right, let's play this.
Yeah. Trying. My computer's struggling. Come on.
Your computer is absolute shit. I just want you to be well aware of that fact, okay?
It's having issues. This was playing just a second ago. Why aren't you playing?
Right,
let me try to input it again.
Absolute garbage.
Wait.
You have one job, Craig. One job, and you're already messing it up.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, while Craig's sorting out that issue somehow, let me tell you this. Let's go ahead and forget about NASA, because there's a reason why I've made a name for myself when debating flat earthers. And that's the fact that I don't go to NASA for any of my evidence. Not a single piece of evidence that I would throw it sideways. Okay. That ball just curved and hit the ground, correct?
That ball, because I am thrusting it this way, that's why it goes kind of in a curve.
Yeah, you threw it sideways and it curved.
Yeah, but if I dropped it, it would go straight down. Yeah.
Correct. If you dropped it, it would go straight down. That is correct. But since you threw it sideways, it curved and hit the ground, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Now, what if you took that same ball and threw it sideways but even harder? It would still curve and hit the ground, but its arc would be extended and it would land further away from you, correct?
Of course, yes.
Now, let's imagine you're Superman. What if you threw that ball so hard that the curve of its arc matched the curve of the Earth? The ball would always be curving towards Earth, but Earth would always be curving away just as fast. Now, let's add another thing. What if we're high enough in vacuum, or pretty close to it, where there is no air to slow it down? Now you're just curving around the Earth over and over and over and over again with nothing to slow you down. You stay like that. That is called an orbit. The ISS is in orbit. It has reached that point of equilibrium between its speed and the gravity of the Earth. Because of that, it goes in a circle around the Earth, but never actually hitting the surface of the Earth itself.
Right, so that was it. 2 pouches of pasta.
Every orbit is a free fall. The moon is in free fall towards the Earth, but it has a high enough angular velocity that it misses the Earth. The Earth is in free fall towards the sun. but it has a high enough angular velocity that it misses the sun and just keeps going around. That's literally what an orbit
Correct.
is.
The reason why astronauts are floating is not because there's zero gravity up there. The reason why astronauts are floating is because they're just in constant free fall.
Yeah.
That is why they are experiencing zero G, not zero gravity.
The astronauts on the ISS actually experience about 88% the gravity that we do here on the ground. It's just that, as Red said, they're in free fall. So that force of acceleration downwards is cancelled out by the fact that they are also falling downwards.
So I would like to know, that's why they're staying up there. They're in orbit around the Earth. Now, what mechanism on a flat Earth would allow the ISS to maintain its altitude?
Well, I've been doing some research into airplanes, for example, how they actually run. There's a lot of truths to that. Airplanes are actually running on compressed air, like actual.
Oh God!
No. Oh no!
I mean, it's not. I mean, the amount of fuel that it would take to literally lift a plane, and the amount of weight care of itself. I mean, it takes care of the.
No, it doesn't.
How does the
aerodynamics
itself? Like, please explain.
Aerodynamics do not work like that. The air isn't going to magically make any craft stay up in the air.
It could be on using technology that has not been fully understood or released to the public yet.
Well, obviously it has been.
There is some kind of engine in
when
there.
You have to.
There's an engine
when you have to. Wait a minute.
He's rolling.
It's the exact same thing when you hold.
He's rolling a lot of all these different woos and conspiracies all into one, this guy. I don't know what he's missed any.
Hold your finger and you blink between your eyes and you can see your finger move relative to the background. That's because your eyes are not in the same spot. They're obviously separated a bit, and so you have depth perception. That's how depth perception works. So via this diagram, we know that angle A equals angle B. Bring up two sticks, move them all around. You will see that angle A will always equal angle B. Now, the moon is a certain size in the sky. The size it appears to us is known as its angular size. We measured it directly on the night of the transit. And if you look it up on Google, you will also get a value that way, but you can measure it yourself if you have equipment to do so. We measured it to be 0.52 degrees wide as seen from Earth. With that in mind, we can align our two observations together. See how there's a separation between our two vantage points? So I filmed the space station on one side, and Astronomy Life filmed it going down another side. Again, the two lines crossing and ending up on different sides of the moon. With this, we were able to do a bit of pixel counting and get a value for the degree of span between the angular size of the moon and the degree span. When we did that, we got a value of 4.29 to 1. So for every lunar diameter we had 4.29 track spans to work with. So take 0.52 degrees, divide by 4.29, and we get a value of 0.1212 degrees. And because angle A equals angle B, that means B is also equal to 0.1212 degrees. Now that we have angle B, we can find our baseline. That's the distance between me and Astronomy Live. If we use Google Earth to find that distance using the ruler tool where you can click this spot and that spot, we get a value. Our distance between ourselves was 1.11 kilometers apart. So that is the baseline of our triangle. So all we have to do is take the triangle that we built, a baseline of 1.11 kilometers and a parallax of 0.1212 degrees, cut it in half to make it a right triangle, and we can get the distance that the ISS was from us, being the observers, to itself. We can know its distance it was from us. So 0.555 kilometers divided by the tangent of 0.0606 degrees gives us a value for x, the x on the right triangle, of 524.73 kilometers. That's how far away the space station was from us at the time of the observation. But there's another thing that we can do. We figured out that we were also looking up at the sky at a certain elevation. Astronomy Live's telescope has a dial on the side of it that gives us that measurement. When we looked at the side of his telescope, we saw that we were looking up at 53 degrees. That is the dial you see on the side of the LX200 telescope at the time of the observation. And yes, his telescope was leveled when we started our observation. So that means we can build another right triangle. So we have 524.73 kilometers times the sine of 53 degrees, the value we just measured, and we get a value for its altitude. That altitude we got was 419.06 kilometers, or 260.39 miles in altitude. Even rocket planes don't have the ability to reach that altitude. Craig, can you shut the video off? What we were able to do then is we were able to use how fast it transited the moon to figure out its speed. Since we know how far it was away from us, we know that this amount, this degree of span, equals a certain distance, and it traveled that distance in a certain amount of time. What is speed? Speed is distance over time. We figured out the distance, we know the time because of the frame rate of the video, so we were able to get its speed, and its speed was just over 7 kilometers per second.
Wow, that was a lot of information. Now, does he respond?
Wow. I'm very well, but the chat is speaking for me at this point.
But
well,
what that is evidence that there is something
mathematical
up there. Yeah, which is, maths is the only place that proof exists. So that is literal proof that there is something above us at over 260 miles, traveling at a speed that's impossible for any aircraft to travel. And the implication of that is that it has to be in a vacuum of some kind, in some kind of freefall, which is an orbit. And the implication of that
is an orbit.
The implication of that is that the Earth can't be flat, because if you say the Earth is flat and it's up there doing those speeds, well, what is making it do those speeds, and what is keeping it up there?
Okay, and also since we can't play a video, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to post a video for you, Sonny, in the live chat right now. Okay. So if you go to the live chat of this video, I will post it there. The title of the video is, "Why did the spacesuit..."
We'll jump ahead a bit again.
If you cannot prove that, then why are you even making it a suggestion?
Because I just I'm beginning to understand planes more and more, and I'm trying to apply that same...
I personally don't think you understand planes at all if you believe that they run on compressed air. And the same is true for the International Space Station. The International Space Station is traveling at an altitude where you would need a fuck ton of fuel, air or otherwise, to constantly fight against gravity for days, weeks, months, and years at a time. The International Space Station, which you're seeing right here on screen right now, doesn't have reserves of compressed air.
It's using the atmosphere that it's actually flying in.
There isn't any atmosphere at 260 miles up.
I just told you, if the atmosphere extends all the way to the moon, which is over 350,000.
The old atmosphere to the moon.
When they said
the amount of particles that are up near the moon is, I don't know, that somebody would know the actual ratio, but
they
about
measured
70
a few molecules
70 per cubic meter.
Yeah.
It's 70
technically
atoms.
it's atmosphere, but in practicality, it's bugger all.
Yeah.
I think it's the square root of bugger all.
Yes. It's that small. And good morning, by the way.
Hey,
morning, not a farmer.
Hello, mate.
Hey, farmer.
They do have this habit of this is why it's dangerous to get all of your scientific knowledge from watching Flat Earth YouTube videos, because somebody makes a mistake and everybody else, they will just parrot it without actually looking into it and going, no, hang on a minute, you've got that wrong. It's just, oh, yeah, that sounds legit. I'll go with that.
Well, before the show even started, we were having a conversation about people who were bad about just reading the headline of an article.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like a Gleam thing to do, where you just start with the first couple of sentences and stop there because it proved your point. And if you keep reading, it refutes your point.
Oh, so, that's a classic. Yeah.
I was just saying before, and Carl in the Peanut Gallery picked up on it. He said, "Yeah, that's an idea. We could start the flerf checklist and ask why they missed one. You know, like missed a point of all the different conspiracies they spout and all the different woo and either religion or whatever." And
well, it's the Flat Earth bingo card, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which I think MC Toon has in every one of his debates he has for somebody. He has a Flat Earth bingo card. Because he usually holds it up after the debate is over and whoever it is has gone. He'll sort of say, "Oh look, I nearly filled the whole card," and he'll hold it up and yeah, it's there are several different versions floating around.
Jump ahead a bit again because I know this.
I can't believe he's still saying, "Oh, jet engines run on compressed air." I mean,
I know. I didn't think there was that many people out there that believed that one.
Well, it's new to him.
Well, they're half right. A high bypass turbofan is a dirty great big fan, but it still has a jet engine at its core that requires fuel to work. So they're sort of halfway there, but they don't know why, and they're still wrong, of course.
Mm.
Yeah, I thought they thought they were just full of compressed air, like the whole airplane's fuel tank instead of it being gas.
Like, yeah, and the sheer practicalities of having onboard compressors and pressurized vessels to hold the compressed air. No.
Right. Well, I mean, if you've got a car with an engine capable of running high octane fuel, go over to the airport, fill up your tank with some of that, high octane jet fuel, and compare it to air.
Yeah.
Just see what happens. I'm going to go with the jet fuel.
Well, remember also that flat earthers like to quote the laws of thermodynamics. And of course, you're not going to be able to run something. I mean, they're trying to run an airplane on nothing, essentially.
Yeah.
And that is against the laws of thermodynamics.
Well, that's what you got ether for.
Well, that's true. I mean, the type that you knock people out with and that you can burn, or the mystery stuff that doesn't exist that light
mystery stuff.
The mystery
stuff. Well, that's what I thought. I just was checking.
It's good for everything.
Yeah.
It's like snake oil for physics.
Terry, I've dropped that video in the side chat, and there's 3 timestamps that you might be interested in watching. Are you muted again, Terry?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I'm allowed to be muted.
No, that's fine. Yeah, so the video link's there, and then there's 3 timestamps that particularly shall we
I was
say
muted.
humorous.
I wasn't deafened.
No, just making sure you heard. Never answered me. Jeez.
You're very quiet. Can you hear me?
I stuck my hand out and gave you a thumb up. There you go.
You turn your lights off. They're too loud.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm glad that they came out with that night vision not night vision, the night mode for YouTube, because whenever I watched Curious Droid before, I would go blind from how loud his shirts were. Deaf too. I love his shirts.
We'll just squeeze in the last little bit. I think it gets a bit silly somewhere here.
Forward, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a helium balloon next to you, and you slam on the brake. That helium balloon goes backwards.
Yes.
Right?
Could be.
No, it does. It absolutely does. There is no could be. It does, right? And the reason it does that is because the heavier air is being thrown forward more, which creates a backward force pushing the balloon in the opposite direction. And that's what buoyancy is. The reason a helium balloon goes up is because the air is heavier, it has more mass, therefore it's pulled down with more force, which creates a force in the opposite direction. That's why the equation for buoyancy is FB equals rho G V. And that G in the middle stands for gravity, the acceleration of gravity. You cannot have buoyancy without a downward force.
Then why is gravity
do you know what the scientific definition of a theory is?
Did he actually say that? Come on, Sonny. Gravity is not just a theory. There is a theory of gravity, which is the body of evidence that backs up the fact that gravity exists.
Okay, the leading astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He's not the leading astrophysicist.
What's that?
He's not the leading astrophysicist. He's just a astrophysicist.
Whatever, he's well known. He's scientifically credible, let's just say. And he has gone on record saying that we don't know what gravity it is. We kind of know what it does. And I have a video. Yeah,
we know what it does.
Yeah,
listen. If I have a car, do I need to be knowledgeable in how a car works to, 1, know how to drive it, and 2, know that it exists?
No, but somebody had to build that car.
No, I'm just speaking as an example. If a car just popped into existence right in front of me, I don't need to know how it works to drive it, and I don't need to know how it works to know that it exists. So gravity is real, regardless if we know the inner workings of how it works. We know that it does things. We know it has, and we have built equations with very strong predictive capabilities based on our understanding of how gravity behaves. And also to a theory. When we say a theory, we mean theory in the scientific sense. So let me tell you what that means.
Which is not the same as the colloquial version.
A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation or experimentation. That's what a scientific theory is.
Whereas an actual theory, the colloquial definition of a theory is a well-educated guess.
And do you know when gravity was discovered? What year? Can you guess?
Discovered?
I mean, we always knew there was something there, but Newton was the one that. Who cares? Irrelevant. 666 isn't even the number of the devil when you actually look into it. So, but
okay, hang on, Craig. I have to tell the story. You're bringing up numerology. I just want you to know that there's a gentleman on the YouTube's called Russian Vids. I used numerology to prove that Russian Vids had a sexual relationship with O.J. Simpson and was the bottom bitch.
Numerology can do anything and is irrelevant.
I can literally make numbers, random numbers that I pull out of my ass, do anything. If you're looking for patterns, you will find patterns. And you can lead the evidence to your preferred conclusion instead of following the evidence where it leads. It is an intellectually dishonest affair. It's an intellectually dishonest endeavor.
And also,
intellectually dishonest endeavor to the max.
And also, wait, Sonny. Also, the theory of Newton didn't publish his thing about gravity until 1687.
Also, the area. You can interchange the volume or area. How do you?
Hey, wait a minute. We're not up to that yet.
Yeah.
Vector streaming through.
Yes, to find your volume.
What am I hearing?
That's what I'm thinking too.
He's playing it.
Someone's got an open mic. Right now, though. Okay. I was confused then.
I don't think it was me, but I'm going to go to bed.
Oh, okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
I don't think it was me, but maybe it was.
Oh,
Okay.
we blame anybody until the person owns up.
Hey, I'll like fall on that sword, man. That's the easiest thing to do. Just like
one for the
solves the
team.
problem and you can move on.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys have a great night.
Thanks for joining.
You too, bud.
Come again.
Yep.
Thanks, mate.
Talk to you soon.
Good night.
No.
See you, Charlie.
See you.
Oh dear.
So technically, gravity was discovered in 1687, not 1666.
No, published is different from discovery. I could discover a great tune in my head, but actually only played and publish it in a different time.
Did Craig actually correct him on the word discover gravity? Because I don't think the word discover was the actual right term.
No, it's not. I mean, gravity's always been here. We didn't discover it.
Explained or theorized? Yeah. Not theorized, explained or...
Yeah, we worked out what it was.
Yeah.
Well, we think we have.
Or something like that.
For now.
I mean, this is all Google that I'm just Googling this information. This is common information that any child can look up.
I don't
now.
nowhere. Yeah, which is weird.
0.666 feet. Axis tilt is 66.6.
No, stop. The axis tilt is not 66.6. The axis tilt is 23.5 averagely.
And the Earth is approximately 66,600 miles per hour around the sun.
That's all wrong. All wrong, dude. Seriously, all wrong.
I can look it up on Google right now if you don't believe it.
I mean, I'm literally looking up when gravity was discovered in Google, and the first thing that comes up is 1687. So no.
The year of wonder. I think it's.
Okay, if we're going down the numerology rabbit hole, then I think I'm just going to duck out, because now what we're doing is we are going down a rabbit hole that is intellectually dishonest in nature.
Yeah.
Our orbital speed around the sun is about 67,000 miles
67.
per hour.
That's not 66, is it?
Yeah, but it used to be like they just used to like have it 66,600, but they
except you just looked it up and it's 67. And dude, and when you look up the number of the beast, it's actually 616, not 666. Okay.
Who said that?
The actual number of the beast. Seriously, do a tiny bit of research.
It's like let's find conspiracies surrounding the number 23, 13, 666, 33, 42. There's conspiracies surrounding all sorts of numbers. Just because there's a catchy number does not mean that there's a conspiracy attached to it. Sometimes it's just a fucking number.
Real. So you could say it's a coincidence as much as you want, but I just find it's a repetitive coincidence that I find interesting.
There is no repetitive coincidence. The only thing that's repetitive is you guys are pattern seeking. Yeah. If you are looking for something, you are going to find it if you look hard enough. This is called leading the evidence to your preferred conclusion instead of following the evidence where it leads.
But
again, I was pattern seeking with Russian bits. That's why I was able to use numerology to show that Russian bits had a sexual relationship with O.J. Simpson and was the bottom bitch. Not because he was actually having a sexual relationship with O.J. Simpson while being the bottom bitch. It's because I was pattern seeking to make that my preferred conclusion. I wanted there to be a series of numbers that I could follow in a pseudo-intellectual way to come to that conclusion. I made it up. I made it up to demonstrate that with numerology, you can prove anything. In fact, give me enough time and I can make a numerology to say that you had a sexual relationship with Satan himself and you were the bottom bitch.
Yeah.
Give me enough time, I could make numerology say anything.
But
with calculation,
and that's why I won't tell Red my real name,
that he is also.
No, that'd be bad.
Plainly false, because if the calculation doesn't reflect reality,
I don't want
then it
people to
doesn't
know
prove
I was
it.
the bottom.
But just to
bitch
put this
Satan.
666 to bed, Papyrus 115 and Etheri Rescutus have led some scholars to regard 616 as the original number of the beast. According to Paul Lewis, the number 666 has been substituted for 616 either by analogy with 888, the Greek number of Jesus, or because it is a triangular number, the sum of the first 36 numbers. So the original number of the beast was actually 616, and even when you go back before that, the original number of the beast was 111, or 115, sorry.
No, he doesn't have any answers for all
only
that.
in kind of
revolving around JM Truth and the dumpster fire that was recently on my channel. As to you, Sonny, if you are a Poe, well, congratulations, you fooled a lot of people. If you're not a Poe and you are legit here, my hope is that you break away from this flat Earth mindset of yours, because it's blinding you and making you assume shit that you should not be assuming. Break away from it. Look at the evidence, honestly, that I have put on my channel, that Fight the Flat Earth has put up, that Team Skeptic has put up, that Astronomy Live has put up, that a lot of people have put up. Use it. Use all the footage and all the evidence that we provided forward. Use that to come to the correct conclusion. The Earth is round. And my last piece of advice to you, read further than just the title. All right, guys, I'm out.
Cheers, Reds. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for joining us.
Right, and Sonny, we are going to start shutting up now because it's getting quite late for us all. But before we do, this picture kills Flat Earth.
Ooh, kryptonite. Flat Earthers kryptonite.
So
how does that kill Flat Earth?
Well, you see what the mountain's doing there? It's casting a shadow upwards onto the clouds. The only way that that's possible, the only way that that is possible, is if the light source is below the mountain.
The light source is below the mountain.
That's the only way you could cast a shadow upwards. And on the flat Earth, the sun is always above us. The sun on the flat Earth could never cast a shadow from a mountain on the underside of clouds. The only way this is possible is on a globe, when you are rotating away from the sun.
Flat Earthers also do say that the sun is local, so it could.
Yeah, but it would not be below a mountain, because we would see it being below a mountain. The sun is always above a mountain on the flat Earth, above the clouds.
But the light is coming from the bottom, right?
No.
So it could be
on a flat Earth, the sun light will always be coming from above that mountain, so it would cast a shadow downwards. The only way that could happen is if the light source is below the mountain. And unless you are claiming that on a flat Earth, the sun goes below mountains, then the flat Earth isn't possible.
I have seen footage from the pilot. I don't know if you've seen it, like from the cockpit of the pilot, where the sun is actually submerged within the clouds, and the clouds are actually going behind the sun. And I don't know if you've seen that.
Are you saying pilots are trained to avoid the sun? Sorry, Sonny, but you cannot look at this picture and still be a flat earther. This is impossible on a flat Earth.
That looks like a local. Doesn't that look a bit localized than 93-point-something million miles away? Come on, be honest. Come on.
No, it doesn't in the slightest.
Okay,
This is impossible if the Earth is flat and the sun is small, local, and above us. Absolutely impossible.
Listen, Craig, you understand, I do love you. You're a great guy, and regardless of whatever the shape it is, I really respect you, and I really appreciate the opportunity you've given me here.
Thank you. I appreciate the decent conversation. Like I said at the beginning, I've been having quite a few rowdy shouting matches with horrific human beings who I've literally...
He didn't really give up much of an argument, did he? Being just a couple little things here and there.
A lot of speculation. Like, it could be this, it could be that, but you couldn't pin him down on anything. I mean, he was just like punching a pillowcase.
What, you mean a typical flirfer?
Yeah.
With flirpies?
Yeah, but less aggravating, I guess. I don't know.
He's using the Travis I don't know shit technique.
Yeah.
buddy.
Well, I mean, that's valid in his case.
Actually, that's the most accurate thing he could say, really.
Yeah. Go with what you know. Is what I always say.
No, he agrees with me.
Oh, sorry. And that was the two links, wasn't it? Blues and I can't get over the triangle one. That's hilarious, that one. But I'll do this one again because this one I'm still can't wrap my head around how he. Oh, Carl's out there yelling out, Alan, Steve.
Alan.
Steve. Steve.
How are you this morning, Alan?
Getting close to wanting to kill something.
Oh, you've come to the wrong place.
Okay, everyone jump out, quick. Quick, jump out.
I would like to nominate Riley if I could.
Yeah, I'm getting close to the point where somebody could come near me and I could just rip them to pieces. Because anything to just get rid of this bloody pain in my back at the minute.
Oh. Which bit did you find, Peter?
So who can't triangle now then?
Oh no! This is. Did you know that volume and area are the same thing?
Oh, it's that Pratt Victor, isn't it?
Well, actually, I suppose they are when you consider the dimensions involved as well. But because volume is area when you introduce a third dimension.
Correct. But they're not volume and area.
But they're most definitely not the same thing because you can't have volume in a two-dimensional object.
No.
By definition.
What? You mean there's no 2D volume?
Well, it's a 2D volume. It's called area.
So the three links that I put in there, Terry, or the 3 timestamps for that video, the first one he talks about that little g and little g in the equation is actually meaning grams rather than little g.
Yeah.
The second one is where he tries to assert the whole Scouts are part, or Eagle Scouts are part of the U.S. military.
Yeah.
And then the last timestamp that I put in there is where he tries to say that volume equals area.
Yeah, you've only got 2E. You've got 124 and 48, 47.
And look, what's right underneath that, Terry? The next one from me to you, or me to everyone.
Oh, if I scroll down, yeah.
Scroll down just a little bit more. That's it.
So I've got to go to 53 first. Okay, 53.
Hey,
morning, Alan.
Morning, Pip. A conspiracy that a youth organisation is part of the military is true in the UK, you know, because the Air Training Corps and the Army Cadet Force are both actually come under the Ministry of Defence.
So his actual assertion, Alan, is he's a scout in the UK, Eagle Scout in the UK, and if he went to America,
Don't have Eagle Scouts.
No.
And if he went to America, he would be a 3-star general? 4-star general.
Him.
Yes.
Yeah, him. Victor.
I am Crute. Yeah,
No, we don't have Eagle Scouts.
He was in the Scouts. He was in the TA. He was sworn in on the Secrets Act by the Queen herself, and his rank in this country means he would automatically go one rank higher and be a 4-star general if he went over to the States. I mean, I don't know quite where he's managed to pull all this from, but he couldn't be more wrong if he tried. When he keeps saying Eagle Scouts, Eagle Scout is just a type of rank within the American Scouting Association.
Yep.
It's not a separate organisation. It's
no.
They basically get as high as you can. You're an Eagle Scout. You're not just a scout. You're an Eagle Scout.
Yeah,
He's a wag.
I think that's for the I think that's where you go before you then become an adult leader.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a while since my kids were in the Scouts.
It's like the Rangers and the Guides Association.
So what you're saying, Alan, is he hasn't even got enough intelligence to make it to a leader. He's still stuck at Eagle Scout.
Yeah.
I think I think basically they if you've come up through the ranks, essentially they keep you as Eagle Scout until you age out of that, at which point you're then able to apply to become a adult leader. It keeps the adult leaders older, if you know what I mean.
Eagle Scouts are kind of,
they basically, essentially, an Eagle Scout essentially does an adult leader's job, but still as a scout, but they're still.
No, that's kind of a distinction in the Boy Scouts of America. Are we talking about two different things?
Yeah,
no, it's the same organization.
In the UK. It's the same.
Okay.
It's the same in the Boy Scout organization in the UK. That is because there's Beavers, Cubs, Scouts, and then the one at the top. And
I would be shocked if he ever made. He does not strike me
Venture
as,
Scout. That's it.
Venture Scout.
In
he
the
doesn't
UK,
strike
it's
me
called
as
Venture
Eagle
Scout
material. He'd never make Eagle Scout in the US.
It's Venture Scout in the UK, but it's the same. It's, as far as I can see, it's about the same difference. It's the amount of stuff they're allowed to do changes. And,
so I'm a brown now. Does that make me military?
No, it makes you cool. Just makes you
and
cool.
also Vroomfondle has the best quote: "Dishonor before death."
Well, that's if you look carefully on his badge, that's what he's got written on his badge.
Yeah, but actually, it is correctly death before dishonor, and it is the regimental motto of the 19th 21st Lancers, among others, because there are other units, especially in other countries, that use the same motto.
Oh yeah,
I know in the British Army it's the 19th.
Nobody says dishonor before death though, except for maybe the Ferengi Star Trek. I don't know.
Right, shall we go for it?
I told you D/B over
it's
V.
Painful.
And how does that apply to
D/B is sat above the V. Or you can use
what
area.
What does the D/B mean?
Look, you can't just throw. You can't.
Density /
All right, there we go.
Over
what does
volume
the slash mean?
Or
you're just saying slash. What is the slash here? What is it? What does it mean?
The difference between the two.
No, that's not what a slash means. And a difference.
The slash is the difference between the two. Density is one side, buoyancy is the other side, with the slash, and the volume or the area is underneath it. And that is the scientific equation.
Mean? What does it represent? No, because that's not even an equation.
The midpoint,
that's just
the difference between the two.
The midpoint?
Yeah, that's not how maths works. Like, at all.
That's the fucking equation.
No, it's not. That's not an equation.
Yes, it is.
You just said a bunch of letters and symbols. You said D/B/A.
Go ask the fucking science tutor.
Oh no, they're the ones. I'm sure they're the. No, listen, hold on. I'm sure they're the ones that are fucking completely baffled as much as me and Fight are right now. Everything you've said doesn't make fucking sense. You're not even describing.
Harry. Did he just say he's a science tutor?
No, he said that's what science. That's what a science. Ark's a science tutor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought he said I'm a science tutor. I'm not sure, but I think I might actually. If I was in a really desperate situation, and he was my science tutor, I think I'd rather have Kent Hoving.
Oh yeah, I'd rather fail.
I mean, at least Hoving knows the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but just not as old as what it is. Yeah.
Look, I'd still rather have Hoving than him as a science tutor.
I wasn't prepared for that.
And you got to go a long way for that, haven't you?
anything. You're just
Proper
throwing
science
letters. You
tutor
just
will know
said,
about that equation.
really,
Go ask them.
really, we have a what
Yeah,
fight?
you've
You said
never
we
had
have
a
a
science tutor,
physicist
that's
in the
clear.
stream. You said we have a physicist
Clive
in the live
Wells.
chat. Clive Wells doesn't
And by
know
the
what
way,
the fuck's
I do
going
like
on
your
with this fucking
internet
Cupid.
bullying. Fight the flat Earth.
What's that, retard?
Your internet bullying.
What did you say?
Showing all these pictures.
No, I'm not internet bullying.
Yes, you are. You're
just
trying to.
memes about
How's he
you.
putting up with all the insults?
We're
though?
showing the
That's what I can't work out.
creativity of the fucking audience, man.
He called
Fucking
Craig
photos.
spastic about it.
No, I don't need to. You've done it yourself.
I don't know why he's.
The memes are good. The memes are hilarious. That's what he's going on about.
Oh yeah.
So the boys from over at NASA Blacksite may have made like 60 or 70 of these just about this guy, and they kept throwing them into Craig's Discord server. It's absolutely chock-a-block full of them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you mean he's been back for more, has he?
This is his second time around.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back,
Because
guys.
You lied about everything. You lied about everything, and I'm just showing people that.
I haven't
And
lied
these are
about a
the
fucking
memes that
thing.
the internet has come up with. Yes, you have. You keep saying scouts and
No, I
military.
haven't.
That's a lie. Yeah, you have. You told me scouts and military many times.
Scouts are part of the US military branch, yes. And they're British
Yeah, but you're not
services as
US.
well, yes.
No,
No, they're
scouts are not
combined
part of the
forces with the
military at all.
British.
Jesus.
No.
They combined.
Christ.
What scouts? What normal boy scouts?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Are part of the normal military. Okay.
Somebody grab a butterfly net, for God's sakes.
That's what I was going to say when they go to war with the butterfly net. Yeah.
In the UK, at least he should be after the army cadets or the air cadets, because in the UK they are run by the MOD and financed
Sorry,
by
I've
the
just
MOD.
got visions of soldiers running about with butterfly nets.
Me too. I
Yeah.
can't get that out of my head.
I imagine a Boy Scout with tying a knot and running around with a butterfly net.
What did you just say, Terry? Tie a knot in it?
Yeah, tie a knot in it, yeah.
Tie a knot in it.
Oh,
To the people saying he should be nominated for the prize Riley won this year.
Oh no, he's even worse.
I'm not quite sure that he qualifies to go on that.
No, this is another
competition
category
because
altogether.
I think
the FDDA, Alan.
of the year,
the FDDA,
in
Alan.
Dumb F of the year, he wouldn't. I don't know that he would be entitled to that because I'm not sure that he's if he's not involuntarily in.
Hey, Terry, can we use the F word if it's part of the proper noun, as in DFOTY? Can we use it there?
Well, everyone knows what DFOTY is.
Yeah, but can you say it out?
I can't say it. I just can't say it. It's the dumb F of the year.
Yeah.
Can you use the F word if it's part of the proper noun? And then it's not.
No, I'll try and just say dumb F, but I don't think he would be allowed on dumb F of the year because I believe he might be actually involuntary.
Oh, this guy's deranged.
Well, I'm putting him in the list in my FDDA section.
Yeah, he can go in that.
Yeah, he's definitely going in there.
I think he might actually have a mental.
So Terry, we have to
infirmity.
say F of the year, do we? We can't say the F word out, right?
No.
Okay.
No, Terry prefers we don't, and I don't. I do try. Just sometimes it slips out.
Yeah.
Context. Always remember context.
Yeah. Context.
My
as well.
point was, it's a proper noun in that context. It's not an expletive, is it?
Well,
Muppet's got the swear jar ready anyway.
All right, as long as I know.
Muppet.
If I refer to it, it'll be dumb F of the year, then okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, understood.
No smurfing on Terry's stream. Hello, Truth stands alone.
I asked Nathan Oakley the same question when one of his hangouts. He said, yeah, because he had a no swearing policy. And he said, so he agrees that if it's part of the proper noun, you can use it. Then it's not an expletive.
Nathan Oakley has a no swearing policy.
He used to. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah, I know. Nobody else swears.
Oh, okay.
Just him.
Yeah, he's exempt from it himself, but yeah, he used to have a no swearing policy. The reasoning being, if you start swearing, that means you're triggered. He doesn't want triggered people in there.
Oh, okay.
That sounds an awful lot like Jose's cursing policy, if you think about it.
Oh, sorry, Dave. I'll play it a bit more. It gets better. I mean, worse. Or better.
And then he needs to figure out his camera angles and lighting.
Regarding Jose, I've got
landscape.
a little story about. You remember his birthday yesterday, I think?
Yeah.
I sent him a super chat for 500 yen. When he saw the 500, his face lit up.
You horrid bugger.
He realised that 500 yen is the price of a drink. That's about
Yeah, that's it.
You should have seen the look on his face. He was delighted.
Yeah, you've seen those
It was
zeros.
about $5, £5 or something.
It's about five. No, it's about $5.
Did anyone catch the 20 questions at the end?
No, I didn't sit through it. I couldn't.
No, Jose was asking somebody nearly 20 questions, like an interview.
Oh, no, I never seen that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was that certain somebody you?
Yeah, it might have been me.
Yeah, might
have been too.
Yeah, he. I agree. He really does need to stop using his laptop webcam with the screen tilted right back so that we can see up his with the laptop on his lap and the screen tilted back so that he can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we up to? So we've figured out that scouts are in the army. Okay.
With the
Scouts
British
are not military.
at the end of the Second World War,
Scouts
you fucking
are
fucktard.
not
You don't know
military.
this.
Scouts
They're part
are
of the
not
American military section, you fucking dickhead.
Scouts are not
Scouts
military. End of story. At all.
Okay, next.
What you know?
Like, everything you're saying is wrong.
What do you know?
I was actually military. You don't have any evidence that you were ever military.
He was probably a scout too.
Everything you've said about the military is wrong. You couldn't even tell me what like standard NATO assault rifle was, or what standard like NATO symbols and stuff meant. You were never military in your life. Everything you said is a lie. You are committing stolen valor. You're
Standard
a fucking
NATO rifles are number 8, isn't it?
A number.
What?
A single shot 2.2 bolt action made by Lee Enfield in the 1950s, and now superseded by a rifle built by some American company.
Yeah, he hasn't got a clue about anything. Everything he says is wrong. It's quite something. Yeah.
You said the number 8.
Yeah, the number 8 was a 2.2 single shot 2.2 rimfire training rifle based on the number 4 Lee Enfield design.
Okay.
Yeah, what used to
So
use
superficially it looks like that.
But he could he remembered the number 8. That was easier for him.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
That's the standard.
God.
I heard God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
No.
Hello.
Go away.
Hello. Somebody get that? Tell him I'm not here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not here.
That's my wife. She's not here.
Were you going to say something then, Blue, before the phone rang?
Let me guess, she went.
No, I was just scratching my head, slapping myself in the face. My God.
Oh, is that what that sound was? Sorry.
Yeah, the number 8 is it's basically okay if you want to assault a small rat.
Okay.
I was just thinking.
Well, bunny rabbits.
Bunny rabbits, yeah, absolutely. Hey,
Sorry about that, guys.
which I think might be a perfectly acceptable substitute for toilet paper. They're soft, fuzzy, they don't bite. You could always wipe with a bunny.
Yeah. Speaking of toilet,
and they self.
That's what bears really use.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of toilet paper, yeah.
Sniper rifle I was trained with.
I said assault rifle. Oh, fuck, were you trained with a sniper rifle? No one let you touch a weapon.
Terry?
Yeah.
I was just thinking, could there be a possibility that was the weapon that he actually shot in the scouts?
No,
Because,
he
like,
wouldn't have. He wouldn't have shot it in the Scouts, Peter, because they were used. They're used by the Army Cadet Force and the Air Training Corps in the UK, and they're the only people they've ever been issued to, and you can't buy them on the civilian market.
Didn't he say he joined the Territorial Army?
Yes, he was in the TA, apparently. I doubt that very much.
Yeah, you wouldn't even use one in the TA because they were only ever used by the cadet forces in the UK.
Oh, and I don't know who in their right mind would use a 22 rimfire as a sniper rifle.
Of course you wouldn't.
I don't either, but there you go. Well, no, there are times when you might, but
man shooting squirrels in the woods.
But not in a military setting. More in a more in a sort of special forces type situation where you can get in quite close and you want to be really, really quiet.
Yeah, using subsonic rounds, but anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Using subs and getting in really close. But enough of that.
Yeah.
You shoot yourself in your foot while you fucking reload it.
All right. GP rifle and LSW, like support weapon.
Yeah, I doubt you've ever touched a weapon in your life. Well, I mean, you are.
And it was gas blowbacked.
Okay, so Victor, you had a Facebook post you wanted me to pull up, right?
There's a bunch of cherry-picked things that he doesn't understand or read the entire thing.
Hey, Victor, can you send me...
In the things that he keeps sending me, he's literally showing me quotes that say that you can have...
Have you got that link for Facebook?
Entry reduces.
Yeah, I just got it. Let me...
Sure is, because I'll send it to them and then I question them on it.
Okay.
J.L. Warren, who is U.S. military... Oh, sorry, not U.S. For $199 US from J.L. Warren says, I am an Eagle Scout. I am not military. So there's an Eagle Scout from the US Scout debunking your claim. Do you want to admit you lied yet, or do we need to keep going?
Eagle Scouts used to be a military branch.
Oh, God.
No, they didn't.
That's why they've got a fucking military flag.
They don't have a military flag. And then we've got Woden Toad says, my husband is a
fucking
scout
do.
master,
I posted
scout.
you it in
I've had
fucking
scouts
your
for 200
chat.
years, FTFE. No US Scouts are not military. And you were never military, and you were never signed in by the Queen, because that doesn't happen. She's got people for that.
I've been.
No, you haven't. You're lying.
I've been. Yeah, I've been.
And if you had been, and all that super secret stuff, you wouldn't just be telling randoms on the internet. And then when questioned about it, go, oh, I can't tell you anymore. I could just tell you some of the secrets, but not all of them. Fucking moron.
Honestly, that's the funniest shit you've said yet, Victor.
So somebody that's sworn to the Secret Acts tells you that they've got secrets, but they're sworn not to tell you.
Yeah.
So if you tell anybody, be sure to tell them it's a secret.
Yeah, okay.
All this shit about the military. It's hilarious. Hold on, I'm pulling the face. I'm getting it ready for us right now.
Quit asking me to sprinkle them titties. So it's also an Eagle Scout, not military.
Okay, so Victor, we have your fucking Facebook post up. If you want to read it, I'll scroll along with it so that people can see it. But I'm sure you still have access to it right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and start where you want to start. But we're gonna stop you when we need to stop you. Okay, just don't take offense if we stop you, since we're just following along an article. Go ahead.
Right. Well, it starts off. This is the death of this fake space. Please read, and it's also the end of the globe model. Basically, I'll start with the actual scientific method and the modus tollens towards the end of it. The scientific method for a natural container, which is independent variable, which is the size of the container. The dependent variable would be the shape of the container, and the control variable would be the volume of the container or area.
Hold on, stop. What did you say? Hold on, you said the volume of the container is the area, is also the area?
You can interchange the volume or area.
How do you do that?
Volume or area.
Yeah, define volume.
Define volume.
Yeah.
Yes, define your volume and P over V.
No. I'm asking you to define what volume actually means.
The amount of a given area. That's why I said it can be interchanged with area, you fucking
No,
fucker.
that's incorrect.
amount of a
What is the
given
That's not
area?
what volume means.
What's the area of a 10 by 10,
Look
10
up
mile?
second
Hold
law of
on.
thermodynamics
Listen.
and what the
Victor,
defined system area is.
what's the area of a 1 meter by 1 meter square?
What's the area? A meter cubed.
Okay, I'm
The
gonna.
area
Brain
would be
league
1
level
meter
math.
cubed.
This guy, brain
Hey,
league, just
you
need to
know,
get
some
together.
people just got it in life, and some people don't. Okay, so
Victor don't.
no, yeah, Victor don't. Victor, no, the area would not be. So I'm gonna start over again and say that area is defined as a two-dimensional
Technically,
space,
the outside
okay?
would be like 6 meters squared. Or
We didn't
somewhere
interrupt
around
you.
that.
Now you stop talking.
But the
The
internal
outside.
area would be 1 meter squared.
Well, you couldn't define the outside area without having a boundary to define where the outside area would stop.
But you just said the boundary line would be a meter.
No, I said what would be the area of a 1 meter by 1 meter square?
Internal would be 1 meter cubed. And
No,
external would be like
it's not a
six-
cube.
Square, Victor, a square.
It's not a. Yeah, it's not a cube. It's a square.
Retarded.
Do you know what a square is? Do you know? Well, okay. Let me rephrase that. Do you know what the
Okay,
difference
then 1
between
meter
a square?
then.
There you go. There you go. So that's area. Now, what's the volume?
The area,
if now
the
we
area
also
of that
have
1
1
meter square
meter.
would be 4 meters.
The what?
Now.
The area of that
what
1
did you just
meter
say?
square would be 4 meters.
No, it would be 1 meter
The 4
squared.
points round the 4 corners of a meter
He's
by a
talking about
meter by a
perimeter
meter
now.
by a
Yeah,
meter.
I
We're talking
know.
about the.
He's
He's all over the
talking
place,
about the
bless him.
perimeter. I don't know how he got 4 meters. No, he said 6 before. He said 6
Yeah, well,
meters.
he can't count either, can he?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
I've
he
got-
was obviously trying to do the perimeter.
Yeah, but it was 6 to start with, so he mucked up somewhere.
The perimeter.
Wait,
Yeah,
I've got a
perimeter,
perfect
the area,
response to what
yeah.
he just said. Team, put me full screen for a sec, 'cause I've got a perfect response to what he just said.
Okay, hold on.
You need to pay attention to this, Victor, okay? Ready?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
If you walk
At no
round
point
a meter
in your
square,
rambling,
you will
incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Only appropriate response, I'm afraid.
He's still talking when he's muted.
What you just said.
I can't figure that one out. How can
Alright,
somebody
oh,
keep
Everything
talking
you
when they're
said was
muted?
fucking dumb.
Do you not get that, no?
Like,
No, because you were
You've got a
muted.
meter square
We don't
box.
get what
If
you're
you were to
saying.
walk around the perimeter of it, you would be travelling 4 meters. Are you that
Yeah.
stupid?
yeah, so...
No,
You
no,
know
hold
that
on, hold
has
on,
to
hold
work
on,
out
hold
area
on.
of
Nobody has
what-
disagreed with you about that.
perimeter.
Hold on, I've just had to walk you to that answer, so don't get proud of
No,
yourself
it's-
for coming
you
up with that.
haven't.
I had to give you that answer. Yeah, you said it was 4 meters squared, which was incorrect. You said it was 1 meter cubed, which
I
is
thought
incorrect.
you were on about
You don't know
squared
what the
rather
fuck
than-
a difference
I
is
thought you were on
between a
about
cube and a
cubes rather
square.
than square.
Why
Yeah,
would
I
you?
thought
Why?
meant
But
cube, not square.
right, and that's why we're trying to tell you that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about when you say that area is equal to volume, or volume is the amount of area something is. They're not interchangeable. You can't substitute them because volume is measured in something, a unit cubed, where area is measured in the, a unit squared. You understand
Yeah,
that,
you can
correct?
interchange them.
Okay,
They're
no, you
interchangeable.
can't. That
No,
oh
they're
my
not.
god, they're not
That's
interchangeable.
like saying you can...
That's
Yes,
Victor,
they
that's
are.
like saying you can interchange a square and a cube. You cannot interchange a square and a cube.
Let me ask you a question. Can you play a
Therefore,
Rubik's
you
square?
cannot interchange-
Does a Rubik's
You can
square
work
make
out
any?
the
Hold on, Victor.
area.
Shut the fuck up, Victor. Shut up. Does
You
a
can work
Rubik's
out the
square
area.
make sense to you? Yes
If
or
you
no?
shut up and listen, in that scientific method that I've written down, you can either do it as the area of the fucking volume the area this vessel will take up, the container would take up, or you can do it as the volume that the container would hold. That's why I've said
when you
it like
say
that.
when you say that the area the container takes up, what do you mean? What do you mean by the area that the container takes up? Area describes something that's two-dimensional, something that's squared. How does it take up something? How does it occupy a space if it's not three-dimensional?
Still occupying
Yeah, I was
space.
listening to the music that plays when people are thinking.
Do you?
Oh, hey, Victor.
How is it possible, Victor? That's what I'm trying to ask you. How is it
If you were to
possible?
place a container on a floor, it would cover a set amount of area, would it not?
I mean, yeah, on the two-dimensional surface of the floor, sure, it would cover that amount of fucking surface area, yeah. But how does that define how much space it takes up in when you're defining volume? All you're discussing is the amount.
Cubit, wouldn't you? Or...
You've got him full screen again. It's not a nice.
No, I know. I wanted everybody to see it. The look on his face was priceless.
All right.
Okay, so back to what we were saying.
You're trying to confuse me.
No, you're confusing the shit out of yourself.
That was classic when he said that.
Yeah.
You're trying to confuse me.
No, you're doing that by yourself, mate.
It worked.
You definitely didn't have to try very hard.
No.
No, you're confusing the shit out of
Victor,
yourself,
I
Victor.
imagine you're confused when you try to leave your house in the morning, and you haven't put your safety helmet on.
Victor, what I'm trying to get at is that you tried to say that the volume and the area are interchangeable, and I'm trying to explain to you that they're not. They're mutually exclusive. Yes, if you set a object that has volume down on a surface, there will be an amount of surface area that will be covered. But that's two-dimensional. It's not a volume. It doesn't represent a volume.
The amount of volume would be defined by the area the volume would cover.
That still doesn't fucking make any sense.
It does.
The area that it would cover, how? Like, I don't know how else to put this to you, Victor. It's like area.
Inconceivable.
Yeah, area is not volume. When you're talking about volume, you're talking about an amount of space. Okay?
Yes.
That's what. Okay, that has nothing to do with area.
Like
area
a bucket,
is two-dimensional,
like a bucket.
and
But
it's
that
measured
volume
in
will
units
fill a set area.
units squared.
That volume will still fill a set
Okay,
area.
that doesn't make sense.
Right.
That's what I'm
Victor,
trying to tell you. Is it doesn't make sense
I need
what
to
you're
ask-
saying?
At this point, I need to ask a question. Like, are you diagnosed with some kind of medical retardation?
Yeah, he didn't have to do these add-ons, bloody Craig.
Means that I'm allowed to point out how fucking stupid you are.
Bring up my presentation again and
I
scroll
have your
to-
presentation. Okay,
Scroll
yeah,
down
let
to
me-
where scroll down to where Fight the Flat Earth's first comment is. Scroll
Okay,
down.
I don't want to
Keep going.
dox anybody though.
Keep going.
No, it's just got it's my Discord. If
Keep
people know my
going.
Discord, it's fine.
I
Keep
know, but I just don't
going.
want to listen. I'm trying to say I don't want to
Keep
dox
going
anybody.
a little bit
okay?
further.
Shut up,
Just
Victor. I
there.
know.
Just here where it's
Victor.
on the screen.
Right there. Okay.
He wants him to play those 3 videos.
Read the bottom comment. What it
Yeah, all the
states
same
that
video.
Fight the Flat Earth says is his first comment in that picture.
What do you mean? Read the
Click
picture?
on it and enlarge it.
Oh, I didn't realize that we're okay. So
Read his comment out.
I mean,
I'll do it. Local system, you idiot.
Yeah,
Tidying your house is reducing entropy
Right.
in a local system. You fucking
Have you
retard.
read that? Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now come back out of that picture and scroll down and play all them 4 videos in sequence from that first one down to the last one.
I mean, I love Professor Dave, but we're not about to just play all of his videos. Yeah,
Right.
no. Oh, I'm not worried about that. I mean, I don't think Dave would copyright strike me, but
Play
I'm
them and
saying-
listen to them and understand it, please.
I can't hear that.
No, you can't hear. You won't be able to hear him.
I don't know if I want to subject Professor Dave to that.
Hey,
give me
let
one
me ask
second.
you one thing about before you play Professor Dave's stuff.
It's mainly
hey,
the fourth
Victor,
video I'd like to show.
Victor, wait, I'm asking you a question. Victor, I'm asking you a question.
Took that
Victor,
out of context.
Stop, please, and listen for 1 second. I have a question for you. Does Professor Dave believe the Earth is flat, or does he believe it is a globe with an atmosphere on?
There's another baller telling you that fight the fat girth is wrong.
No, he agrees with me that we are.
No, he doesn't.
For globe, he does. He believes.
He says it is
that we are on a globe
irreversible.
in space with the
He
atmosphere
says it is
in an
irreversible.
isolated
You
system.
fucking fucktard.
Yes, nobody's gonna disagree with you that it's not
To
reversible.
fight the flat Earth is wrong.
No.
Yes,
no,
he is
okay.
wrong. He's took
No.
it out of context. Context.
You can decrease
haven't.
the entropy
even know what
inside
you're
of a
talking about.
system
He fucking
locally.
has.
Victor, I guarantee you that Professor Dave will tell you that you can decrease the entropy locally
Play
in a
that
system
fucking video.
as long as it increases entropy.
Play the video.
Yeah, if you shut up, I
play
gotta
the
get.
full
Hey,
videos.
shut up so I can get the audio in. I can't do that with everybody fucking talking. Give me 1 second.
To my Discord.
Okay.
Dave believe we're on a globe with an atmosphere on? Yes or no?
Professor Dave does. Yes, he's a baller.
Okay, one second.
Therefore, he agrees with me about the second law of thermodynamics.
No.
Yes.
If you play that video and listen, you'll find out no.
No, hear ourselves.
Okay, why is it doing this? Turn that off. Okay, let me see. Tell me if you can hear it now. Let's see.
No.
No, that's so weird that I have all my. Okay, that's auxiliary 3.
Victor, just send those. Can you not just download it off of Facebook?
Okay, here we go.
Can most easily
play it from the beginning, please.
Second law introduces a new concept, entropy. Entropy is quite difficult to understand, but we can most easily describe entropy as disorder. And the second law states that the sum of the entropy.
And then second video.
The sum of the entropies. So I'm
Yeah,
listening to the sum there.
Yeah, it carries on from there.
I know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, me too. Oh, hold on.
I know exactly where this is going
Second law
and why it's
introduces
wrong
a
straight
new
away.
concept, entropy. Entropy is quite difficult to understand, but we can most easily describe entropy as disorder. And the second law states that the sum of the entropy.
Oh, I might have posted the same one twice. Then to the next one.
I
think
to
he
the next
posted
one.
the same one.
Introduces a new. Second law
Posted the
introduces a
same
new
one
concept.
19 times.
Did you post it fucking 3 times? Come on, Vic.
No, that's it.
Quite difficult to understand, but we
That's
can
the
sum
same
of the
one.
entropy.
That's you're a retard, bro. That's
No, I just copied the same one instead of different.
Let me sentence for him, right? Because I've watched this video. I've watched all of Professor Dave's videos.
The
And
next
what he
bit
says
you
is that
said
the sum
I'll
of
send it to
entropy
you
will
properly.
show that they.
So we're at
Victor, I'm
120,
talking.
108.
What he says is that the sum of the entropies.
I'm not saying a word.
Oh, you literally just did. Shut your fucking mouth.
Shut.
The sum of the entropies will give a total increase in entropy. But that's
Kids.
the sum of the entropies.
Kids, don't drink lead
Don't
paint.
do drugs, kids. Or take
That
meth,
too.
ever.
Yeah, that too. All right. Okay. So yes, Fight's right. Unfortunately, Professor Dave is a friend of this channel and has been on the channel several times, and he would not agree with you,
Why don't
Victor.
you
I can
send him a
promise
link?
you that.
Give him a quick message. See if he's free.
You know what? He might be
He might be.
interested in coming in here. Let me go. Let me do this.
I love bringing on when people quote people.
Carry on while I do this fight.
Hey Victor, what container is that band of gas in?
Oh,
Victor?
Victor? Where's Victor?
I can't send them to you through Discord because they're too big of files.
Send me the link to the video of Professor Dave's at the timestamp that you got it from.
I'm trying to find the actual code for it, if you give me a second. YouTube to load up, it's like taking a minute.
I'm not surprised. It's probably scared that you're going to say something stupid. It isn't nasty, it's
Hang
just
on.
factual. But you dumb. Like, you really fucking dumb.
I'm not. Just let
You
me
really
find
are.
the video.
You
and
showed me your
I'll
maths
tell you the
qualifications.
link in a sec.
What was it? Numeracy level 2. And the description for numeracy level 2 from the adult numeracy department of the government says that may not be able to operate a cash machine. That's your level, dude. And you only got 70%. And then you told me that your IQ is 184, which makes you smarter than Einstein and Stephen Hawking. You fucking liar.
All right. Well, I sent Professor Dave the link, and I mean, I don't care. I'm not expecting him to join or us to have a conversation. Let him explain why his video should not be used in the manner you're using it in, Vic. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll take a small 2 or 3 minute break to just run through super chats real quick, so we just for them. The plot hole for $2, son.
Chat box.
I'll get it in a second. Sure that. Yeah, so in case Dave does join, he's not muted. All right, so let's see. Let me get back to the super chats. Okay, Alfresco. Yes, sir. I am a goddamn legend. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. In fact, you know what? While I do super chats.
If you bring up.
I'm just gonna mute him for a second. 1 second. Oh wait, I'm not gonna mute you,
And
Vic,
then back
because... Hey, Vic, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna, in case any of these super chats are meant for you, I'm gonna read them. I'm gonna read them to you. But
sorry.
For $2, food won't spoil in a freezer. Exactly. All right, Nuga for $4.99. I don't really understand basic math, but your math is wrong. I think that one's directed at you there, Victor.
Maths with what?
I'm guessing he didn't understand the question.
Red Cosmos Devil for $5. If density is what causes objects to accelerate down to Earth, then this guy should be crushed because he's denser than a neutron star. Lol. Agreed. David Oliver, if density and buoyancy is gravity, then why?
Dense things fall down.
Why?
Because the less dense rises.
Why?
Okay. Wait,
Because that's
even
just
more simply,
nature.
Hey, I've got a. Hey, Victor, I've got a solid.
This is how your
lead
reality
ball.
is, mate.
Victor, I've got a solid lead ball resting on my wooden desk. Why is the ball not falling through it?
Because it's a structure underneath it that's got a fucking web.
It's less dense though.
Molecules
it's less
together.
dense, though. But it's less dense.
Yes, but they're combined. They've got
So why is it
a molecular
selective?
bond. Because the fucking material's bonded, you fucking fucktard. Molecularly. It's got
But
no way of
it's still
breaking
less
it to fucking
dense.
allow it to move through. If it was dropped onto sand, it would sink into
But it's
it,
still
you
less
fucking
dense.
idiot.
It's still less dense.
It doesn't matter. It's a form. It's a solid object.
All right.
It's a barrier.
So
Let me get through a few more and then we'll
creates a
get
barrier.
started back up. Let me get through a few more and then we'll get started back up. Dennis D for $2. Cupid's bow. He was searching women's lips earlier. Yeah, I'm still skeptical about this
can't find the
Cupid's
reference
bow
to this anywhere.
anywhere. And
Like,
I've
it's
looked ever
literally
since
nowhere
you've
on
said
the-
it,
I think
Victor.
you're
I've
making
looked
it
it up. I've typed Cupid's bow physics, Cupid's bow chemistry, Cupid's bow science, scientific equation, Cupid's bow
Figured it out.
scientific method.
know where he
Nothing comes
got it
up,
from.
Victor. So
He was listening to Sam Cooke late one night. He might have been drinking something, maybe smoking something. I don't know. I'm not judging. But I don't know much about history, science books, geometry mixed up with, Cupid, draw back your bow and let your arrow go straight through my lover's heart. I can't sing right now. Sorry. But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
I think you overthink that a bit.
No. I have literally tried not to put any thought into this at all. I was just getting on the same wavelength as him. Is all.
No.
Okay.
So I'm starting to shift this into the same column as your military career. So you need to show me some kind of proof of it. Fargoth 92 for
And that's
$5.
non-existent, just in
Victor,
case you didn't get the joke.
Victor, if I argue loud enough, I distract them from the fact that I know Frel about Frelall. I don't know what Frel about Frelall means, but I'm sure that you do, Victor. Do you know?
Frel, I'm pretty sure that's a sci-fi thing.
Okay. David Oliver for £5. Victor, if the apple is more dense than the air, why doesn't it fly up, you moron?
Because the apple's more dense than the air.
Farscape, yeah.
I think we're still missing an explanation there.
The apple is more dense.
Yeah,
the air is
why?
less dense. So
No.
therefore, Less dense medium
Okay,
doesn't
but hold
support
on,
it.
Victor. When you say things fall because of density and buoyancy, and we say, okay, how does density and buoyancy make things fall? And you say because density. That's not an answer. That's not explaining. That doesn't give me any kind of predictive power whatsoever. So if I hold, okay, let me ask you a question, Victor. Okay, if I hold a lead ball that is 1 kilogram per centimeter cubed, okay? So that's a pretty dense lead ball. We'll say it's 1 kilogram per centimeter cubed. And I hold a lead ball that's or a steel ball that's 1.5 kilogram per centimeter cubed. So one is half dense as the other, and I drop both of them. Which ball falls faster? I don't have it. Are you there, Victor?
You're there, Victor. Victor.
I think the stupid cracked out on him.
Oh, hey, I see you, Victor, but I
Actually
can't
got
hear
that
you. Oh, there it is.
Cupid's
There it
bow.
is.
Can I talk,
There it is.
please? I've actually
Yeah,
got
you're
that
the one
Cupid's
that
bow.
I didn't have
You
you
haven't
muted.
Fuck's sake!
You haven't stopped.
Let me get my words out, please.
You haven't stopped talking. Sorry, what,
Go
what's
ahead,
your
Victor.
words?
Go ahead, Victor. No, let him talk. Fight. Go ahead. You know where the Cupid's bow is at now?
Okay.
The reference.
I have the
Sorry,
Cupid's
what's
bow
that?
formula. Would
Yeah,
Fight
the
the
what
Flat Earth like me to post it to him in his Discord so that he can
Yes,
see it
please
and then
do.
post it on
Please.
here?
Yes, please do, because I'm very
I'll have
interested
to
in seeing.
unblock him again because he just constantly
Right.
spams.
Yeah, Victor, we got to
2
talk about this
seconds, please.
73 messages shit, man. You sent me 73 messages in a row. That's too hard to
I've
follow, bro.
unblocked you. Send it to me in DMs.
Okay, so while you get that, I'm going to
Hang
continue
on.
reading the super chats while you get that to him. Okay, Victor?
There it
David,
comes.
3
Rick's
Rick's World.
files, and then I'll send it to you as well, Team Skeptic.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and give me 1 second before you start talking again. Let me get those a few more super chats there, Victor. Okay, Rick's World for $5 Canadian says, it sounds like Victor is an expert on density. He has a dense mind. Can you define that, Victor? Yeah, you do have a dense mind. Alfresco Veteran for £5. I did 18 years UK infantry. That dude is getting exposed. Show us your veterans
It's
card, you
density
clown.
mass over volume. I've got the equation wrong. I thought it was
Also,
buoyancy.
sort your teeth out as it's free in the military, Walter Mounty. So I think they're saying that you just need to take advantage of some of that free health care they give you in the military.
Mass can be used as buoyant.
Okay, 1 second, Victor, before you continue on with that argument. /Psy and work with Brit military. The Brit major colonels I work with did not outrank my CO on U.S. soil, much less the lieutenant general of the SMDC. So yeah, that's gonna be some kind of command right there. But yeah, so they're calling bullshit on that, and that's American military that's calling bullshit. I was military too, but I wasn't in the army. But I can tell you right now, could just absolutely fucking tell you right now that you don't come over here, you're not a 4-star general. You're not, Victor. Whoever told you that was lying to you. The Athens 619, haven't talked to you in a minute, brother. If you dropped Victor, JM, or Riley at the same time, who would hit the ground first due to their density? Or would they combine into a hypernova? Oh man.
Will wipe out the entire universe, in fact.
Yeah, we're talking about massive flooding in that region of the world. God's Auditor for $2. I want to talk shop with Victor about the military. Yeah, I know a lot of people do, God's Auditor. Victor, we might have to bring you on and talk with some military people. We'll just let them come in one at a time and ask you any questions you might want to talk about them with.
Oh my God,
Lyric
just reading
Edge
through
for
this,
one.
You're so wrong.
Lyric Edge for $1. Thank you very much. There was no message there. If you want to tag me in the chat, I'll try to kiss. For 10 euros, our spine compresses during the day. After a good night's sleep, most people in the morning are a couple of centimeters taller than before going to bed. Is this also explained by the buoyancy and density? Victor, do you want to answer that?
Yes, it is.
How is that? How is that possible?
Compression.
Fuck me.
Yeah. How does compression
Bananas. We're just saying words, are we? Hyperbolic.
But
Antimatter.
Here's the thing, though.
Lemmings.
I'm giving up on this because
hold on, don't give.
Saying, everything
No,
I say
we're
doesn't make
gonna
sense
get.
to you,
No,
so I'll give
hold
up.
on. I'm talking about is if you have two vertebrae in your back, okay? Why are they compressing together? They shouldn't be compressing because they're the same density. You there?
Oh, has he rage quit?
He said he was quitting. I hope he didn't. You there, Victor?
Victor.
I don't know if Victor's there anymore. Let me go check the call log and see if he got out. All right, let's see. Call disconnected. Yeah, he did.
I'm going to read to the people. I'm going to tend to come back and say we're just getting to your Cupid's bow.
Yeah, he'll want to come back after he hears us talking about something he wants to talk about. Okay, while he does that, though, I'll go ahead and finish these super chats off. All right, JL Warren for $1.99. I'm an Eagle Scout. I am not U.S. military. Yeah, exactly. You don't just become military by being a scout. Vic. Area 85 restorations for $10 at the Flerfer. As an engineer, I have a question. If science is wrong about the laws of physics, including gravity, how are we able to design devices that work based off of these laws? And if he joins, I'll be sure to ask him that. Still no join. Fargoth92 for $5. Victor, what you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. I award you no points and report Jesus have mercy on you. I guess my thing cut off. Report Jesus to have mercy on you. Agreed. If Jesus existed. Rick's World for $2 Canadian, the home of the coronavirus, Canada. If space is fake, then where does Earth reside? Exactly. I asked this in my last video. What turtle's back do we live on? All right, let's see.
The Great Atuan.
I just scrolled down past it. David Oliver for $5. Here, I'll go back on screen since I'm reading these off. 1 second.
Oh, God. Says, I watched 1917. I'm a 4-star general now.
Right. Okay, so let me get back to the super chats real quick.
I went through that timestamp, Peter, at 124. We're up to 124 now. Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Hello.
Hello?
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 Hello.
Hello? Where was I?
Ooh. Dude,
It's when he comes back in, Terry.
Okay, yeah, because I went to 124 and I went 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, okay. And I thought, well, is he going to come back?
Yeah, he comes back in.
Okay.
All right, David.
I'll jump forward.
What did he say?
That was him talking. You've already played that bit. You played that first, Terry.
all the time.
What, the 124, 30-minute one?
Yeah, that's where he
He
talks
talks
about
about
the
little
community.
g.
Say that live.
Stands for grams.
Grams, right.
What, the
Giant
little G
midget.
stands for grams.
Hey, Victor! What's going on?
There he
is.
is.
He's back. Don't leave, man. Why are you gonna leave? We talked about this earlier, man. It's a dumpster
What's
fire.
the little
we know.
G in that equation that I sent you? What's the small G in that
There isn't a little
equation?
G in. There isn't a little G in the equation you sent us. There's
Yes,
density
there
equals
is.
mass over volume. There's density. Well, no. There's density
He
equals
said
mass
there's a
over
little G
volume.
in there, and it even says grams, mate.
Yeah. So are you contending that in every equation ever, a little g has to stand for grams?
No, I'm not saying that. No.
Well, in the buoyancy equation, the little
Okay.
g stands
In the
for
POV equation that
gravity.
you're on about, yes, the G means grams in that too.
What? The
No,
rho
no, it
VG? The rho
In
VG
the-
does not.
P
It does
over
not mean grams.
VG, the G means grams in that. Gram mass.
P over vg.
Is it
What
P
are you
over
I think
talking
he's
about?
trying to
VG or is it P over
calculate
GV?
rho. Are you calculating for rho? Rho
Oh, are you
equals
saying
pressure
rho
over,
instead of p?
or I mean force.
That pressure equation that you're on.
Oh
that you
wait,
were
no.
on about.
Yeah. He wasn't talking about. I thought you were trying to rearrange the buoyancy equation.
Victor.
All right.
No.
In the equation for buoyancy, the little g stands for the equation, the acceleration of gravity. And in the thing that you have sent us, they talk a lot about the buoyancy. Yes, in
It
buoyancy,
says grams
the little g
in
stands
it.
for gravity.
Hold on. Pull
If
up
you read
the.
it,
I think.
it says the G stands for grams.
Hold on, Victor. Hold on. I think
not
Victor's
in the
talking
equation
about.
for
Highlight the
buoyancy, though.
fucking thing and send
Right.
it to you.
Hold on, Victor. I think that
got
Fight's
it.
talking about the buoyancy equation. Pull up the Cupid's
Fight's got it
equation real
wrong.
quick. Yeah. Hold on. Pull up the Cupid's equation
I
real quick.
don't.
Fight. pull up the Cupid's equation.
The
Fight.
four
This is
pictures
what
I
he's
sent
talking
you,
about.
third picture,
Yeah.
underneath the equation, it says P/ the standard metric unit of density is grams per cubic centimeter. G cm
Density
squared.
isn't buoyancy. The density isn't buoyancy.
It's the buoyancy equation, you fucktard wanker.
That's it's not.
From
that says density there, not
sciencepremier.com, you
buoyancy.
fucking dickhead.
Right, look at it. It says
You're a
density
fucking
equals mass
numpty.
over
No, I
volume.
am going because you're pissing me off and vexing me out, mate.
Read what it says. Read what
Victor,
it says,
don't
Victor.
leave.
It says density equals mass over volume. That's not buoyancy.
I think he's rage quit
He
again.
left again.
Victor, get back in here, man. We're about to fucking poke this shit out of your fucking argument, man. Get the fuck back in here. Oh my god, he's so triggered. Alright, come on. Let's
he's
do the-
vexed.
let's
It's
do the
vexed.
rest
I
of the
don't
super
think he
chats
comes
real quick.
back.
My God.
Oh my face.
My
This is
absolute
hilarious.
fucking God.
I'm not sure he
Let
comes
me get
back.
back on screen so people can
It
have a
literally
laugh
says
at the
on the
whistler.
screen there that the equation he's talking about, the D equals M over V.
Yeah.
That is the.
Yeah, I don't think he comes back after that. I think they start talking about other stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he does come back, Terry.
Oh well. There was a couple of
What
things
an
there that I.
idiot.
Yeah, there was a couple of things there I wasn't aware of either. The Boy Scout thing and the little G. Buoyancy and densities. Same thing. Oh.
Now, Terry, I just sent you a message internally that you might just have a quick read of.
Okay. And where did you collect that from? That health warning thing that's been popping up everywhere?
It's for Victoria, this one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's literally just come through the emergency advice app.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the one they use when the fires are on and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So, are you interested in a link or?
Yeah, send us a link for that if you've got something ready. Okay, we'll finish with that.
It just for the Australians,
And while you're giving me that, I've got to play this again for everyone. I can't get enough of this one.
Talk a little bit about his old nemesis, the triangle.
Anthony, if a triangle has the sides 1, 1, and 1, do you know what the angles of the triangle are?
Which kind of triangle are you on about? Are you on about like a right angle triangle?
Right there that's what confused me. You said 1 3 times, like for a triangle, and he goes, "What kind of triangle?"
Triangle has sides 1, 1, and 1. Do you know what the angles are?
The angles would be, well, it would be an equilateral triangle, wouldn't it?
Right. So what are the angles?
I think he's Googling while he's doing this.
If you have a triangle with sides of 1,
has to be.
1, and 1, what are the angles?
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Let's do this again, Anthony.
Do you want the
triangle
link
has
to
sides
it? Daddy
1,
needs the
1,
link to it.
What's that?
So you need the link to the triangle calculator. Just ask.
I've been looking,
Anthony.
but I can't find this triangle
Yeah.
calculator.
Yeah.
It's somewhere. I wonder if Riley found it so I can ask him.
and 1. What are the angles? Is somebody recording this? Because this is just priceless.
Well, the one I'm using isn't. It's not giving me any when I do it. So either this calculator is wrong or you're wrong.
We have a triangle with sides of 1, 1, and what are the angles?
Yeah, so that's an equilateral triangle, right?
Right. So what are the angles?
Does that work on a right angle triangle?
The sides are 1, 1, and 1. What are the angles?
When is that ever used in astronomical calculations?
Oh, sorry, it doesn't matter.
I'm not
It
gonna tell you
doesn't
that
matter
until you answer
inside.
my
It's only
question.
just sound.
The triangle has sides.
It's not relevant. We use right angle triangles to calculate the distance things, correct?
We don't even need to use right angle triangles.
It only what you're describing only works with an equilateral.
Anthony, the fact that you can't answer these simple math questions, crap you, is ridiculous.
Hello?
Are you there, Terry?
It's a right angle triangles.
Fine.
Oh,
3, 4,
sorry.
5. That's a right angle.
Oh, sorry. Okay. How do you know it's a right angle triangle?
Because 3, 4, 5 triangles are right angle.
So
because it physically is. There's no other. There's no other triangle it can be.
All right. Well, I don't know that's true, so I want to test it. How do I test it?
Okay. So for the other people playing at home, maybe you can answer these questions while Riley's trying. You have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the angles? 60, 60, and 60. I heard somebody whisper. You're correct. Now, if you have a triangle with sides 2, 2, and 2, what are the angles?
Let's give Anthony a chance to respond.
Well, this is irrelevant. I've already stated my position.
No, it's not. Your
We don't
inability to
use
do math is
equilateral
totally
triangles. We don't use equilateral triangles to calculate the distances and stuff. We use
Well,
right angle triangles.
I think the issue here, Sleeping
What the-
Warrior, Anthony, is that you don't know how to do any of this math.
Lewis is
Something about what? I have to go back. I don't think it was very far.
Stuff. We use
Well,
right angle triangles.
I think the
Yeah,
issue
there.
Triangle with sides 2, 2, and 2. What are the angles?
Let's give Anthony a chance to respond.
Well, this is irrelevant. I've already stated my position.
No, it's not. Your
We don't
inability to do
use
math is
equilateral
totally
triangles. We don't use equilateral triangles to calculate the distances and stuff. We use
Well,
right angle triangles.
I think the issue
Yeah, that
here,
bit.
Sleeping Warrior.
What's the difference between an equilateral triangle and a right angle triangle to measure the distances between something? I
Well,
can't.
you can measure distance with an equilateral triangle.
Yeah, I know,
but
but
the
I'm trying to see what he means by why they need the right angle triangle when they can both do the same thing.
because he doesn't know math.
Oh. Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Anthony, is that you don't know how to do any of this math.
Lewis's point was that if Lewis's point
No, my
was that
point
if,
was that you do not know how to do this math. That was my point. That
Well, that-
you,
what
Anthony
he- what's
Riley,
been
do not
demonstrated-
know how to do
Lewis.
this math.
now how does that apply to astronomical features in the sky?
It doesn't.
Right.
It
So-
applies. It applies to you not having a clue what you're talking about and being extremely confident when you talk, regardless.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that you don't know any of the distances, or in this case, the ISS, the distance to the ISS.
And that doesn't change the fact that you don't know what you're talking about ever.
Hey, thanks for watching. And thanks.
Hey, Blue, how'd you know not to have your glasses on that time when you face palm?
Oh, didn't you know? Blue wears welding goggles, welding mask anytime he talks to Riley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got built-in head desk protection at all times.
It stops the flashes of stupidity. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing worse than having arc flash from stupidity for the next 48 hours.
The dirt, it burns, it stings the eyes.
You can't wash it away.
Okay. Is this what came up on your things part?
Yeah. So it's that bit there, Terry.
Issue today, 6:30. State of emergencies. Well, if you've got a few confirmed cases and maybe some deaths because of this.
Well, there's quite a few cases, yeah. So.
Wow.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not panicking or anything like that. It's
It's not you that's
it's
panicking. It's all these other people that go to the shop and empty the shop out, and then when we want to go to the shop just to buy a bottle of milk, there's nothing bloody there.
Yeah, like as it says at the top, it's advice.
Yeah.
It's not an emergency or anything like that. It's just advice
You
how
know
to
what people
control.
are like out there, these doomsday prepper people. As soon as they get any notification like this, they'll panic.
Yeah, I just thought it was somewhat relevant to show that, yeah, look, there is issues. There's no doubt about it. However, the government in Australia isn't, laying back and not dealing with it. They're taking it seriously. However, they're not overreacting.
Yeah, but that's not what people do. They say it's like in that movie when they tell you don't panic or whatever it is. I think it was the 2012 movie, and the bloke says, and the bloke says to the person when the president or someone comes on the media to do his speech and he says, don't need to worry, don't panic, everything's fine. That's when you run. Okay. Yeah, we might try to see if we can sneak in this 7 to 8 o'clock shopping time in the morning, just so we can pick up some stuff.
It is a really good thing that the Australian government and the supermarkets have done. Just with that, they've turned around and done that whole organised for pensioners and disabled and people on welfare, like with medical restrictions and stuff like that, a time frame in which they can actually get into the shops and pick up the essential items after they've been restocked, like toilet paper and all of that type of stuff. So it's going to make it so much easier for the elderly in particular, so they're not bustling and being pushed around to get to the toilet paper that they need to have. Yeah, it is great that even the shops have turned around and agreed to that.
So if you get sick, you stay home. But how are you going to get anything for the symptoms?
Well, you can get home delivery for you can get home delivery for most of your things, Terry. Most of your shopping or most of your shops nowadays in Australia anyway will do home delivery. Your chemists around my area, they're doing home delivery for a lot of this stuff as well, as long as if you can pay by credit card. So they're really trying to sort it out so that people that are sick can stay home and not infect other people.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. We might have to just do the Coles online shopping type thing. At least we'll know we can get it in that way. Might have to wait an extra couple of days, but
yeah.
I tell you what, there was me thinking, great, I've got a local supermarket that's not being bombarded. Went in yesterday, Monday, to get a loaf of bread, and they don't have a single loaf of bread left on the shelves.
Oh,
Turns out they haven't. Turns out they haven't had a delivery of new stuff since Friday.
Oh.
So when I went Saturday and I had the last loaf of, the third to last loaf of bread off the shelf, I think I was pretty lucky. Even though when Nathan came over on Sunday, he was moaning because I got that 50-50 crap. Because that was what the last 3 loaves of bread on the shelf were.
I went shopping Thursday. I went to the big Asda superstore in Bletchley as usual, and as I was at the queue at the tills, there was a couple behind me, and I think he worked there in the store. And we was just having a bit of a chit chat about how silly it was all getting, and he said, "Oh yes, yesterday." He said yesterday we had a new delivery of toilet roll, which was multiple lorries. And he said that was yesterday. He said it's all gone today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just how ridiculous it is. I mean, you know, I bought some toilet roll. Oh, I don't know, 2 weeks ago maybe when I usually go shopping once a week and get things like that, and I must have just bought it just before the panic set in. And it's like, yeah, I bought some. I haven't opened it yet. I haven't needed to. It's just toilet roll. I mean, you know, it's not like I'm suffering 24-hour diarrhea or anything. What's the point in panicking?
So I'll just show you this one really quickly. This is my local supermarket, and this is the aisle where all of the cleaning products are. So your Domestos, your bleachers, and all of that type of stuff. You can see on the right hand side there's a mixture of those balls that you stick in your toilet and all that type of stuff. Right down the back on the left hand side, you can see a few buckets and stuff that are still available, but all the other products are gone. It's just empty, you know. And I had another picture earlier that I showed the guys over in Discord that are all the meat lockers, so all the fridges for the meat are completely empty. We've had no meat in the afternoons for the last 4 days. There's no pasta, there's no toilet roll, there's no, you know, all the shall we call them the basic essential items.
Non-perishables.
Yeah, and when I asked the lady behind the counter, she said the same thing. You know, as soon as it's coming in, it's going out within hours of it going on the shelves.
Wow.
It's just that quick.
Scott's saying everyone we supply with food are closing next week. We don't know for how long. I think Scott said he's in Tasmania.
Yeah, so the latest on the news that I heard, it was the ABC, so it's semi-reputable. It's not like they're trying to.
I'd go by ABC.
And they were saying that the problem is not supplies in Australia. We've got plenty of supplies in our warehouses and all of that. It's like I said earlier, it's that logistical support, the transferring it from the warehouses to the shops themselves. They just don't have enough trucks. They don't have enough drivers. They don't, you know, this panic buying is just causing a lot more logistical issues than anything else.
Yeah.
And when it's a catch-22 because people see, oh, all the toilet roll's gone. It hasn't been there for 3 days. Oh, we need to buy extra.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And it's that mentality that everyone's got into where I've got to buy extra when it comes in because I don't know if it's going to run out again. But it's not running out. They just can't get it there quick enough.
Yeah. And then as soon as the load comes in, people will get it. Oh, I better get it now because I might not be able to get it next week. Yeah. No, we'll run out of toilet paper soon. Lucky we bought a big box of 24 several weeks back, but we will end up running out. But we need just basics like milk and bread for now.
Yep. Well, I haven't been able to buy bread for the last, was it 4 days now? The store's now got no more of those pita breads or wraps or anything like that left. They don't know when their next delivery of bread's going to come in.
Yeah, that's true. No name. How are we going to get food if there's no food? That's going to be terrible.
Be the neighbour's cat.
We'll be eyeing off the neighbour's cat. Like in those cartoons when I think it was with the donkey, Shrek, was it Shrek with the donkey?
Yeah.
And he looks at the zebra and he just sees a steak. Or somebody's, or the lion.
That's, I think you're confusing Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Madagascar, yeah,
that was
sorry.
the
So, yeah,
zebra and the
Madagascar, that's the
lion.
one. Yeah.
Easy to do.
He's eyeing him off and he just sees a steak. A nice big bit of rump.
I see people when my blood sugar gets really low and I'm staring at somebody and I'm like, I bet you'd make some good pulled pork. Say it. Long pig, slow and low.
What's this? A friend's nephew works at a Woolies and was taking a pallet of blue paper to the aisle and was hit over the head with a baseball bat. What the?
Holy shoot.
That's not true, Mippet, is it?
Why would she make that up?
Yeah, I know, but that's what a story to even repeat.
Unfortunately, Terry, yep, that's true.
Wow.
Like, they should be getting danger pay. Yes, he is okay, but I reckon they should be getting danger pay at the moment.
And it's a wonder it wasn't filmed and plastered all over bloody Facebook.
Yeah. Actually, I just don't know whether the security camera's got it. I'll have to check with her.
Well, they would have. Usually security cameras catch that sort of stuff. Wow. Oh, Scott says some guy got stabbed at Woolies even. That's terrible.
Goodness.
Well, that's a normal day at Walmart.
In America, maybe.
From the videos I've seen of that Walmart place.
In Florida.
There is probably, on average, at least a stabbing a day at Walmart somewhere in the United States.
Wow.
I'm just saying. I feel very comfortable asserting that.
Hey, Peter, do you know how to make bread? It's not hard.
Oh yeah. No, look, like I've said many times, I'm not worried. I grew up on a farm, so we were always taught to be very self-sufficient.
I can milk a cow.
Yeah, I can milk a cow. I can milk a pig, but you can't milk moths because, we won't go there.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I can make bread. I can do all of the raw ingredient type cooking and stuff. I thankfully I had a fairly well-educated mother that believed that someone needs to be able to cook for themselves and so they can survive.
Well,
It's a hassle, but it's not that
Same here.
Yeah.
Well, seeing how petrol's really cheap, I'll drive down there and you can bake me some bread.
I can bake your bread. I can't guarantee how good it will be, though, Terry.
Oh, okay.
It's only for kids' lunches, and
yeah, but the kids might not be going for. You're talking about for school? They might not be going to school next week.
And that's it. So, like I said, my daughter's camp got, because she's doing tertiary education at the moment. Her excursion that was for 4 days doing river rafting or canoeing, it got cancelled. They're basically cancelling all excursions, including sports days and stuff like that. It's very interesting. And like it said on that document before, if this continues on to next week, there's a possibility that they're just going to give all the kids 2 weeks off until the air clears, so to speak.
Where are you, True Blue? He's got plenty of bread and wraps and toilet paper. Can you send some through
Not
the
a lot of
mail?
pasta.
Can you mail us some? And some milk. Long life milk.
Bread, I'm not really worried about, Terry, because I'll just go down to the baker. You know, these people that have been panic stricken, they must have huge freezers because they're buying fresh meat. They must be freezing all the bread that they're getting, and I just don't get it. I personally don't have enough room to do what they're doing. It's just unbelievable.
I prefer to pickle bread myself. I can it, jar it, put my special vinegar in there. Pickled bread. Yeah, you're right. I couldn't say that with a straight face.
Why does this sound like sauerkraut?
For kimchi.
Soggy sauerkraut.
Soggy. You gotta eat it with chopsticks, though. It's the law.
It's the law.
I'll put this in Discord, but I'll put it up here. British stiff upper lip.
Okay.
Oh,
the Brits are feeling the pinch in relation to a recent virus threat and have therefore raised their threat level from miffed to peeved. Even though level may be raised yet again to irritated or even a bit cross. The British have not been a bit cross since the Blitz in 1940, when tea supplies nearly ran out. The virus has been recategorised from tiresome to a bloody nuisance. The last time the British issued a bloody nuisance... I can't read anymore.
Warning level.
Warning level.
Was in the 1588 when threatened by the Spanish Armada.
Now that yes, that was indeed a bloody nuisance.
That's a bloody nuisance.
Okay, then.
Those dang
The
understated
general public have been
Brits.
advised not to be alarmed, but we are raising the threat level to miffed. A bit cross.
It really makes you very aware of how many people will lend themselves to I won't call it a fad, but more of a trend when it comes to going out and stockpiling everything. You know, it's not like no one's even said you need to go and stockpile now or given that advice. It's just something that's growing into the beast that it is.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
I feel you.
Oh.
2 hours.
How about a bit of Where's Wally or something?
Yep.
That sounds like a plan, Terry.
Yeah, because if I have to look at Victor's god awful teeth and not even know anymore, I'm going to vomit all over my keyboard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The side chat decided to be called Victor the Vexed from now on.
Oh, okay.
Because he was a bit vexed.
I am Groot.
Okay. Here's a bit of Wally. Wally's my special friend now.
Yes, he is. Wally gave Terry a huge call out. And,
oh yes, it did.
And so I think Terry will forgive Wally for not coming on the show and talking.
Oh no, Alan.
only for a little bit longer.
No, Alan.
Yeah, but only for a little bit.
No.
It's giving him a
reprieve.
a bit of a breathe.
Yeah,
a reprieve.
He thinks he's got a get out of jail free card at the moment. He's got another thing. He's got another thing. He's got another thing coming when he comes back in the side chat. Can't suck up to me.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, I've just had a little look at my friend Level Earth Observer. Well, it seems that Leo got served quite nicely by Mr. Sensible, but he didn't take it very well.
Apparently I've been debunked. It would seem a globe jester is celebrating today, thinking that he's debunked me on one of my Horizon videos where I use an aeroplane. And of course the globe mathematics. I use both those things to highlight the absurdity of the globe.
I was going to do a quick debunk myself, but I thought Mr. Sensible did such a good job, I didn't bother. Leo still is seemingly making the same mistake. He doesn't even look at the actual angle. He just wants to keep presenting it as 2 times 39,000 feet. My goodness.
Now the globe jester is coming from the usual sophist angle, not addressing the fact the horizon should have dropped by 14 miles, trying to look at it in degrees. Oh, it should have only dropped 3.5 degrees, it's minimal, you won't see it.
Tell me, Leo, what angle is 2 times 39,000 feet over 242 miles? Did you put that into a triangle calculator yet? Have you found out that's only 3.5 degrees?
To be expected. The usual tosh we get from the globe side. So rather than address all that nonsense, we'll just go higher and we'll smash the supposed debunk video and the globe will just destroy at the same time.
So Level Earth Observer, not being happy with being served once, he decided to double down by tripling up. So now he's gone and looked at Felix Baumgartner, and it's like 48 miles now he thinks that the drop is going to be over 436 miles. That's fair enough, Leo. That's exactly what it is. Let's have a look at Walter Bislin. This is actually a much easier way for you, Leo. Just pop the 2 figures into Walter Bislin. You don't even need to do anything else. It tells you exactly everything you want to know and everything you actually need to know. So Walter Bislin tells you it's only 6 degrees this time.
Look out the window at the apparent eye level of the camera and you can see the horizon, okay?
So when we look at jumping out of the capsule there and you want to claim that that's pointing straight ahead, how do you know it's pointing straight ahead? And before you jump on me here saying, yes, I'm not saying that the capsule's hanging crooked at all. Just perhaps maybe the camera is pointing down slightly. It needs to be pointing down by 6 degrees. And if that capsule's 10 feet wide, which it clearly isn't, check this out, it's actually probably more like 6 feet wide. But at 10 feet wide, 6 degrees is about 1 foot, which is about the thickness of this guy's head. So that's about where the horizon actually is.
Good now.
Below eye level. Kind of easy, really, isn't it?
Biggest pantomime.
So while I was having a look around, I noticed that Leo had about 3 or 4 other videos that I hadn't seen yet. So I had a quick look at that, and this one caught my eye. Rockets in a vacuum can't generate thrust.
Problem with the idea with supersonic retropropulsion is instead of lighting those rockets...
Chuck, give us a demonstration of a rocket working in a vacuum. I don't care if it's supersonic, whatever. Give us a demonstration of a rocket working in a vacuum so we can see propulsion work in a vacuum.
So now if your theory is correct, this would be like a hill climb. Starting off really easy with lots of air down low. As the rocket gets higher and higher, we would be noticing it would be struggling for traction, should your theory be correct. And as we watch the Birds of a Feather Rocket Lab's launch just from the other day, you can see that at 20 kilometres, the flame is not really that wide. There's still a fair bit of atmospheric pressure at this level. But as it gets higher and higher, you'll notice that not only is the exhaust plume getting wider and wider because there's less atmospheric pressure to constrain it, the speed of the rocket's actually getting faster and faster and faster. And once it's past max Q, the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure, the rocket really starts to crank up and gets even faster still. So by the time the first stage is kaput, it's already right near the Kármán line of 100 kilometres, and then second stage can take over. I know, modus tollens time. P. Rockets require air to push against. Q. As air gets thinner, there would be less thrust, because there's less air to push against. Oh, and look at this, we do not notice this at all. We see rockets go flying right straight out into the vacuum of space. Not Q, therefore not P. I am really loving these modus tollens. So while rockets do not actually push off the air, as in the atmosphere around them, because they can fly in a vacuum, they do kind of technically push off the air, as in the exhaust that they're throwing out the back. So maybe you're actually kind of right.
Biggest pantomime.
And finally I got on to LEO's latest offering, and he has a problem with vacuum and astronauts and space, it would seem.
And yet we're expected to believe people are in the vacuum of space, which is far, far worse than what our friend here is supposedly encountering in a minute. And they've got dexterity to fix things, do up bolts, change parts. Ridiculous. You want to convince me man can live and move around in a vacuum, do it under proper conditions. I want cans of Coke and Pepsi Cola cans all around the vacuum chamber, blowing up as our supposed spaceman in his proper space outfit comes up against conditions that he would face in the ISS while he's on his spacewalk. Yeah? Then I might believe the absurdity that is the heliocentric space claim, that men can move around, do things in a vacuum whilst being protected from a vacuum. Still waiting to see that proven under proper scientific conditions.
So he finishes up by saying he just wants someone to show him an astronaut working in space, or someone working in a vacuum, or that a person can survive in vacuum. Mate, you should have come to me in the first place. This is a video I did, well, probably a year or so ago, when the Russians had a problem with a hole being drilled through the Soyuz. So they bogged it up with epoxy, as of course we all would do, but then they wanted to check it from the outside. So the two cosmonauts went outside and they had all sorts of fun and games.
We've hit the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Oleg Kononenko trying to gain the most favorable body orientation relative to the location where he is about to use a cutting tool to make a 10-inch incision and peel back a swath of thermal insulation.
So here at the 4-hour mark, we see them struggling to get a tool to cut through the outer insulation. Turns out gravity is very, very helpful when you need something to push against. And they couldn't get the tool to bite into the surface, because it seems like standing on a very long boom, every time he pushed the tip of the garden shears into the insulation, he went backwards. Who would have thought that could happen?
What is the objective of
This is Mission Control Houston at the 4-hour, 10-minute mark in the EVA. You can see from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera that area where he used a knife to initiate an incision into the thermal insulation, underneath which is a micrometeoroid orbital debris shield. He, however, has not had much luck getting the correct leverage with his feet in a foot restraint at the end of the Strela boom to be able to utilize a different set of cutters, so he's now back to the knife itself.
So after 10 minutes of all this pushing and toing and throwing, he decides to pull out the big knife. And I love how they say to initiate the incision. Notice how he's able to push the knife in, because look what his left hand is doing. He's holding onto an attachment so he can push against that with the knife going the other way.
Oleg, be careful. Don't be so harsh on that.
Ooh, interesting. No gravity, but he can find a way. So all these difficulties just because there's very little gravity in space to help them push.
4 hours, 21 minutes into the spacewalk, a great view of Oleg Kononenko in the red stripes, having used a cutting tool to make an incision as he continues now to use a knife to cut away thermal insulation and try to get to the orbital meteoroid debris shield underneath that he hopes to be able to cut to expose the hull of the habitation module of the Soyuz for sample collection of any epoxy sealant that may have extruded during the repair of a hole on the inside of the habitation module back on August 29th.
Well, this is the best hacking in space you're going to see for a while. All ye doubters take note of how many bits and pieces of debris go off in all sorts of directions. But notice that once they are travelling, they remain constant. If they're spinning, they remain spinning. There's no sign of any gravity or air resistance either. Wow, look at all those angles and speeds and spins.
Biggest pantomime.
Well, they had to use the shears to cut aluminium micrometeor shield underneath the insulation, so that took a bit of cutting and hacking to get through that.
And don't forget about the sharp edges. That is our main concern. Just be careful. Like that. I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
No, nothing.
Sure.
Let's cut a little bit more.
And please be careful with the cable here.
You're just making a mess.
Yeah, well, sometimes the only way you can do it is to make a bloody mess.
Be careful with the cables. You can go through here, but please be careful with the cables.
But I also captured this action from one of the HD cams on the ISS in a different spot. It was a totally different stream, and I managed to grab these things. But just take a little note of that little bit of debris floating down the right-hand side of the frame. Another one was going left right across to the frame. Very interesting, isn't it? Interesting.
Interesting.
So, Elio, get control of your ego. Let go of all these ideas and all the things that you think are proof, and just sit back and think about what you're seeing from space here. It's indeed in a vacuum. It's in a vacuum in space. It's in a vacuum in space in microgravity. Now, there's all the things you're looking for, mate, so I hope you enjoy this.
So they made a big hole, fixed it, and what did they do to reseal it?
The day the flat earth died. By now there's no more that guy. Took away his Wally, then he ran off to cry. He tried to prove flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die.
The day the flat earth died. By now there's no other guy. Took on Wes Wally, then he ran off to crime. Tried to prove a flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing, I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die.
Sorry, Dave.
I was just gonna
Sorry,
say.
Dave. Sorry, Dave. It took all those seconds for the chat to catch up. Now it'll have to wait till it catches up again. Now, what have I got? Got anything else to go before I wind things
Yeah, I
up?
just did one this morning about the virus.
But it's not late enough for a bedtime story.
Okay, I thought you were rounding up. That's fine.
Yeah, tomorrow night. Yeah, I'll be up late enough for that. I'll save that for tomorrow night's late night midnight story.
It's not a story. It's a poem about the virus in Scottish.
Okay. I got anything? Still got an Isaac and a Bob, a Wolfie. We just did Wally. And Sean G done something about Nathan Thompson's $10,000 in donations free money. I don't know what that is. It only goes for 2 minutes, so I'll play that for now. I don't know what it's all about. The other stuff I'll leave for tomorrow night.
I think it's another grab off Discord.
Yeah.
A lot of you question whether or not I'm here for truth. Question if I was a real flat earther or not.
Pardon?
An awful lot of this, you need to get at least a minute in. It's Sean's intro.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's the meaty stuff?
Well, back a bit, somewhere around about there. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Get a job, dude. I make more money doing flat Earth than I ever did.
I already had 2 burgers in a week.
I'm free all day, every day. I have no boss, and I travel the world.
How much money did T-Stew have to give you?
Don't worry about how much money T-Stew gives me.
I'm just curious because you say you make so much money, and I'm I'm a little envious because you probably do make more money than me. You probably do.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how much money that is, because I know that a lot of that money comes from
I
people
don't
like
need
T
T
Stew.
Stew's money, bro. Go check my Instagram. I just mailed $500 in flyers today, goofball. Okay? Go look at my
So
Instagram.
other than T Stew, what other revenue streams do you have?
I don't need T Stew. Okay? I don't need T Stew.
What are your other
I
revenue
just sold
streams?
$500 in flyers today, dude. After I got you guys realize I've got like 10 grand in donations since I got out of jail like 2 weeks ago. Donations. Free
That's
money,
what I'm talking
dude.
about.
Okay?
That's what I'm
You
talking
guys are
about.
all fucking clown shows.
That's your
deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
I thought he said he wasn't in jail. Oh, yes, he was. Yeah. Okay.
So Nathan travels the world. Someone should tell him America's not the world.
That's
He
it.
should come down to Australia, I think.
He'd get a rude shock.
He mightn't go home.
Why should an idiot like Nathan Thompson get a chance to visit a wonderful part of the world like Australia when I can't?
Because Alan, I'd introduce him to the great white pointers, and I'd introduce him to the crocodiles, and I'd introduce him to the Australian desert, and show him all the sights. I would, because that's the type
take
of
him on a
bloke I am.
walkabout.
But you'd leave out the drop bears.
Even the drop bears have some moral fibre, and you know.
Well, I suppose if a drop bear actually dropped from a decent height onto your head, it probably would kill you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay then. Well, we'll leave it there then. Who do we have left? We had Alan left. No Name's gone to sleep. Pip. Big Blue's asleep, I think. Peter, not a farmer's boy, and Huey. I don't know if Huey's still awake. Brainy, yeah, we're just going, Brainery, and Stewie, Dave, John, Arthur, Wolfgang, Bo, Dora, 9 o'clock, Perga 1, Perja 1, Nippet, Nag, Dora, Annie Kutus, I'll pronounce that. See you tomorrow night sometime.
Bye, nutters.
Yeah, say
Bye,
bye.
all.
Say bye to the peanuts.
Bye to the peanuts.
Bye, peanuts.